Alright. Hello! Outlet, yeah. Data repairs. Very good but boring. What was that? Right. God. Let's give a visit to Ozo before we head directly to the city. I feel like this is new. Either that or I haven't seen this at all. Yeah, no. Alright, let's head back. Go to the city because that's where all the content is likely is. That's the frame of reference from the teaser. Hey, we walking in the city. Just walking. Nothing. Is it anything here? I don't see anything new, not yet. Okay, I think I'm straying a little too far. There's a teaser image right here. Oh, I cannot. Oh, I can't put it down here. But it's in. I see Kaski. Embassy? No, not that. Oh goodness, I don't know where to look. I'm gonna hard refresh real quick. Hard refresh. I'm gonna go to the city again and see if there's anything I'm missing. I don't see anything. Probably in the void? nothing. Nothing here either. Oh my god. A flower. Hang on a minute. Anything here? Oh, it's just back here. Of course, abyss image. Yeah. That's so peculiar. There's a flower. I can tell this is like supposed to be a withered flower or something. Oh goodness, there's 2 new things in the cache. Oh my gosh. Okay. I know where to go now. We need to look. Okay. What about this over here? Or actually, is it just things that I missed? No, there's definitely something new here. No, that's what I've seen before. Is it here? What is here? Are these modded stuff? Why is this here? Oh my goodness. There's more there. There's something in the void. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to... Oh my... Okay. Low power.
It's 10:30.
Holy crap! Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness! I've been thinking of doing this. Whoa. Okay. Wow. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh my good. This is incredible. Oh, I love this. Oh my goodness, this game is becoming absolutely sensitivity 100. Walk by default, hide targets. Oh my goodness, this is something I've wanted to do. This is... Free movement and spatial platform, hold shift for slower movement, can be utilized as other masks. This is something I wanted to do. Oh my goodness. Yes. Okay, we're going home. Yes, I know. Right, I know exactly where I need to go. Come on down here. Oh, hell yeah, man. Oh! The render feels unsteady. Panic. Wait, you cannot go. Uh-oh. Notice error, memory stream lost, retracing, closest coherent position. Okay. So that was really strange. It still kind of reads like you're in that in-between space, but it's way noisier, way worse. Did I go through that door? Doesn't look like it. I mean, it's hard for me to tell in the first place. But this reads more like you've entered a new thought space entirely. Yeah, how's this the closest coherent position? I'm still trying to figure that out. Looks like this is way deeper in the cyst. A few things in my log suggest there was some sort of connection between the city and here at some point. I guess there was enough of a trail for your mind spike to work off of. Anyway, this place is pretty much just noise on my end, but the pieces that I can make out are all pretty cohesive. Let's look at the time. It's that. I'm pretty sure this was one memory once. It's just been completely torn apart, or chewed apart might be appropriate. Anyways, the fact I can make anything out is good news. There's probably some info we can squeeze out of it. Get to looking, buddy. Holy, that's the elevator? This is scary. Did those lights move? There's stuff in here. FBX logo. Holy crap. Your mind's eye is wrenched to the nearby thought form, grasping the external source. 3 weeks many gazes is that? How many gazes is that? What? Hello? How did you do that? Strangely, you don't feel the thought form's attention, yet you feel more of it brushing against your mind, prodding. Smiles nervously at me. Readings normal. Deep sea worthy for when outside observer new to the project. How many? There's no curiosity in it, only mechanical reflex. The mind spike's connection strains. The nonsense is slowly becoming overwhelming. There's just enough coherence to keep you stuck here. What are you talking to? Some kind of damaged thought form. It just pulled me into this somehow. I think it's getting worse. Inside without other the good for how in one eye parking the lot is it. Seafood lobsters. Where does it end? I wonder if the storm has a limit to its... Looks like a really damaged memory stream to me. That's weird. It almost looks like it never ends either. Shit, actually, there's like dozens of them moving around this whole area. I don't know what's going on here, but they all have the same weird self-looping format, so I'm going to instate a block. We can take it off later. Notice, stream ignore pattern updated. You find yourself able to pull away from the thought form. Something about it is still grasping at you, but it's stuck just out of reach. The thing is, even attempted streams still run through your connection. This is only ignored on a software level, so too much at once will cause an overload, blocked or not. That's how that Velzy thing kicked you out once. Try not to get too close to these things. Do you think there's anything worth in here? It just looks like a bunch of incoherence to me. There's something big here. I don't know what it is, but I can see it. Alright, just be careful. If it's anything like these little ones, it might be able to cause some equipment damage. Oh, there's something in the distance. Uh-oh. Something is coming. Something's attention sweeps the area for movement. The attention recedes. Okay, I'm gonna approach this. The thought form stirs. Holy crap, this is scary as hell. This place reads so weird. It's totally broken apart, but I'm still picking up this really focused, oppressive gloom over it. About this place. Oppressive impulse? What do you mean oppressive gloom? Okay, well, to preface, there's this emotional analysis component we've got. Gives me a decent surface level impression of the emotional vibe of the memory. It's like a list of percentages assigned to standard codes for a huge array of emotions. Usually doesn't give any useful we don't already get from the actual. It's a gamble with choicistic stuff especially. I just don't think I've ever seen it so clear before. It gives off a weird mix of sadness and violent anger. You're the one connected. You don't feel it? I can kind of hear it, I guess. Weird. Whatever it is, I really don't think it's coming from broken up memory bits here. It's too coherently read when everything else is all chewed apart. I'm not sure what to make of that yet. Roaming entities? What can you tell about the entities here? The thought forms moving around, trying to bite me or something. Can't really tell what they're supposed to be. It's about as bad as it looks, LMAO. They're so fucked up, it's hard to really make sense of them on my end too. We're basically looking into an ecosystem that nobody has ever seen before. These are some really unique adaptations. Like the first type you saw, the ones that fake coherence. They just have random bits of memory looped into it themselves, probably to lure other things closer to catch them. This is scary as hell. Oh, this is this is a save point? Whoa. What miracles can be made? What miracles can be made with a claw full of cousins? The first already lay before me, a mess of connective veins, imperfect and mysterious in many ways, but functional already. Their lightning boxes feed information and monitor any response. So I connect, finally. Let us see where the jut left off. Incredible. I'm gonna draw the attention of this thing. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna run into that thing and see what happens. Oh, so it's like a multi-live system. What if I approach these things? Whoa. I need to look at this. Oh, so it's like instability detected, critical instability, last coherent. Yeah, it's just. These are so. This is so interesting. This is like the heart of the FBX building, as far as I can tell, with these aggressive thought forms. And I'm gonna try moving over here. So if I walk into that radius, You're in the way. Uh-oh. I'm close to escape. Oh! A spike of noise pierces through your connection. Not enough to overload, but enough to hurt. Warning, abnormal thought form, thought space activity detected. It feels like you can't move. It's only a feeling. Whoa, buddy? Don't eject. Something's here. Seriously? Alright, but I'm hovering over the button. Claws pierce your flesh, strangling air from your lungs. A memory repeatedly bashed over your mind. The furious attention of a thought form surrounds you. It bleeds in from every angle, from points beyond your perception. It's intentional, intelligent. It's something that it wants you gone. Stop. I'm here to help. The sisters... Deception. Whoa. Perish. Whoa. A bunch of accusate eyes, claws, mark of Tasni. The sensation intensifies, agonizing, even if entirely imagined. After a threshold, something pulls at your mind's eye. Alert, recollection locus located, attempting stream alignment. New thoughts flood through your connection, your vision sifting. Vanished, my teeth passing through indistinct shapes to no effect. Such a meager thing should have been reduced to viscera, like all those before. How could it have slipped free? The subject of my hunger is gone. Oh, we're the thing! Such a meager thing should have been reduced to viscera, like all those before. How could it have slipped free? The subject of my hunger is gone, leaving me in an enraged search. I still feel it here, somewhere. An alien presence brushes over my mind. Is it within? Somewhere above, or beneath, impossible to place. The beasts from the darkness could never have gained such an adaptation. What is happening? Interloper. Your thought is delivered with a grimace. The space falls silent, your mind reeling. I'm an interloper, connected to the cyst, repairing it. A voice coming from within, coiling around my thoughts like a parasite. You think you can abuse such ancient hopes now? Insidious, disrespectful thing. I'm telling the truth. I really am here to help. Just listen. No more will I suffer you. Your flesh is beyond my reach. But with a writhing leap through the space's horizon, I feel the wild teeth of the darkness tear at your grasp. A sharp pain splits through your head. A sharp pain splits through your head, your vision is static. Your grip loosens, soon it recollection locus lost. Warning, abnormal thought-based activity detected. Focal position disrupted. Error, invalid render. Locating closest coherent position. What? Coherency relocation complete. What the hell was that? Recollection locus? An accusate thought form, I think. Yeah, I see what you mean. The logs bring it pretty close to the other two other accusate signatures. It's way different, but not totally incoherent. At least not in the way the other stuff here is. I just need to talk to it again. You think it'll go down any different? The thoughts felt angry, a little afraid, but there was some hope too. I think I can reason with it. Right, it's worth a shot if you can find it again. But new problem. You remember how when you entered it said something about a coherent location attempt? Your Spike found that first memory fragment and treated it as an entry point. Like, that's how it would have entered the space again if you had left. Looks like it was just updated to see this spot as the entry point. I think it's just grabbing at whatever it can. Is it even the same thought space? I still see that big thing I mentioned. It's just farther away. Huh, okay. Makes sense, to be honest. This spot is a little more readable, and I can get a decent scan of the area now. It's got, like, islands of coherency, broken up bits of memory. A big field of them around something I can't really make out. Probably that big thing you're seeing. Anyway, keep going. An intact lucid accusate could be a valuable resource. And just in case, if you see any more coherent islands, go to them so your Spike can track them. Just in case it hits one of those retracing thresholds. I haven't detected any activity from those coherent areas since you arrived either. So maybe they're safe? Whoa! The storm. Tendrils wind around dead veins. Fed directly from our combined resources, there is no lack of data, but the process continues to require intervention. My careful visits are frequent, almost gazely. Yet they are still not enough. Perhaps an echo could be justified. So this is a machine. And those are cyst clusters on a table. To run through here? There are safe areas. Like that one. That is creepy as hell. Nope, you don't know where I am. Well, I have my save right there, so if I try and go here... Okay. Oh. Well, I'm doomed. You don't know where I am. Okay, maybe I'm in a bit of a dangerous position. You don't know where I am. Yeah, so that's a dead end. Actually, is it a loop? Is it safe to go over here? Oh.
It's 11 o'clock.
Go home, buddy. Yeah, go home. I think I saw a safe spot way over there. Who? Oh my god. Please get away from me. Who are you? Yeah, get away from me. I'm so close, I can tell. Oh my god. Beast, get away from me. No! Oh, wait. An overwhelming attention presses upon you. The memory lurches, a distant visions of teeth and claws sparking in your mind's eye, surrounding you. But they disappear quickly, pulled away by the thought form's revulsion. You again? Insidious thing. Your infestation will not work a second time. That's fine. Will you just let me speak to you? Will you let me just speak to you? The thought form's attention is sharp upon your mind. We found a cyst in the ocean in a wrecked vessel. One friend and I have been repairing it. We're just trying to put all the pieces back together. Its undercurrent of rage grows weaker. You feel the looming tendrils beneath your perception curl away. So I'm just curious, what happened here? A bitter chill bleed through your connection. Imagined colors and sound disappear. The thought form rise with despair. What happened? Where? Oh, wait. I awoke to their teeth. To the familiar sight of all my friends joyously celebrating. As terrible shapes tore at the very memory of them. And I had to. The despair turns to skepticism. An ocean of eyes considers you from every angle. No. You, some instrument of deception, another mutation in this terrible pit. You seek to fester in my wounds. No, listen, I can help, but I need to know what's going on first. Silence! The thought form rages, imperceptible teeth biting into your presence reflexively. Alert, recollection locus located, attempting stream alignment. I roil in the dark with rage, displacing fragments of a city long picked over. The parasite is within, again, and my furious thoughts spill forth. What is going on? Stupid parasite. Is it not clear enough to you? Must you hear my own admission? I tore apart other memories to use as bait. I killed and feasted upon the flesh of the wretched beasts that came. A war against you and everything else in the dark, so that they may never hurt my memory, nor any other ever again. And it works. Oh, it works. It has worked for so long. I protected this memory. My ward. The last echo of a sane, happy world. Until I became... It could no longer remain intact in my presence. The celebrations and hope play on without me. A necessary cost to protect what remains. So this big shape here, it's some memory? Maybe we can repair it? I've helped Fun Friend repair several memories now. An unwelcome, unfamiliar feeling swirls in my mind. A welling, the urge to share all, to give up and break apart. Could there truly be something in this darkness? No. This is manipulation. There is only madness in the dark, manipulating me. It is here, in my thoughts. You are Again, I have taken your bait. I tear at myself, piercing my own shell, until I can locate and pry apart that part. The part that contains this parasite, you, away. And there it is. The alert, recollection locus lost. The thought form grows unstable. You feel that it has severely damaged itself. Your mind's eye is shoved away. Do not return. Ever. Warning, abnormal thought-based activity detected. Error, invalid render. Locating closest coherent position. Resume search. Whoa. That was cool. So it's okay. Okay, I'm gonna stand close to it again. Attack me. Hey, attack me. Oh. Does it attack if you look away? Oh my god, it's following me. Okay, follow me one more time. Kill me. Kill me. You won't. Okay, I gotta get going. This is another short. This arm. This is a safe place. God, this is creepy as hell. How much space do I have left? 90 gigabytes. Okay. All of these coats. It's following me. Get away from me, you coat. Oh goodness. Yes. Okay. This is the bar. The storm greets us. Where am I? Uncosm Pit? The storm greets us excitedly for the first time. A distillation of myself, controlled in both goal and memory, utilizing dead terminals as shells with its great connection. The cousins may speak and guide it directly, and it may do the same for them. What a fitting use for my very first echo. Haphazard as it is, as it might be, this strange hybrid will delight Velzy to no end. Okay, that strange coat thing following me, I see it in the distance. So they made human-made echoes made of metal. I'm just too fast. A familiar presence presses against your mind. It's more cautious this time and pulls away in recognition. A tinge of rage boils around you. How long will you torment me? Stupid thing. Oh, is this the echo? Is this an echo of an echo? Like an imitation of the human-made echo. How long will you torment me? Stupid thing. Even if it were repaired, I am too far gone to ever play a part again. Forsaken in this monstrous form. Were you truly physical, I would have already rendered you to shreds. I have accepted my place in the dark. I'm not lying about the repairs. If you just look above the uncosm, you can see them. We can fix this. Fix this? Your mind's eye is twisted to peer into the incoherent void. No, even Funfriend would see this as betrayal. What I have done to other memories just to protect mine. Yet in the rotting dark, alone, what option do I have? Even if that's true, we can restore the memory you're protecting. And there's another place with sane thoughts just like you. It's called Joxiozo. It's safe. I can show you. The thought form's glare presses into your mind from all angles. Distract me with hope so that you may ruin what remains? What is it you really want? Did you come here looking for something to feast upon? These pieces of the city are already lost. Eat and be gone. There is a void of feeling, something pulled away beneath your perception. Suddenly, the memory fragment is smashed apart. Your mind tumbles into the incoherence. Be gone! Warning, abnormal thought space activity detected. Error, invalid render. Locating closest coherent position. God damn it. What did I just step to? Holy, oh my goodness, we're playing door. Dude, this is creepy as hell. Please. There's a safe spot in the center there. There are more of those things here? Well, there's another door. Another two things. Where's the exit? There we go. Oh! There's so many doors. So many machines. Okay, I can tell this path is to go here. Oh, he stands still? It can't see you. Floor tiles look a little different here. There's something over there and there. Dude, this is... Okay, this had not occurred to me until now. This is literally a stealth segment. Moth, you have something to say? This place reads so weird. I have some questions. What is the storm? What do you think of the storm? Oh, I think plenty about it, buddy. You and I at least know that it was a converter for data in some sense. From the earlier talks we saw, I was really under the impression it was just a tool, as opposed to like a thing that worked autonomously. But given that that was the only obelisk involved in that project, it makes sense that she'd have used an echo. I mean, the obelisk use echoes anywhere they can fit them. Setting one up to autonomously research and hybridize human obelisk tech is, well, my gut reaction is that it's a really bad idea. Lol. But if it's an echo of Akazet, and she really meant well for everyone, in a perfect world, we would all be immortal and living in luxury by now. Do you think it's still around? Dude, I don't know. We have had some gigantic leaps since the collapse. Infrastructure stuff like the mine spike industry, the pharma upheaval. Okay. All the medical implants, I mean, a lot is pretty hard to explain without obelisk interference, despite them being so scarce. But the air still sucks, water corpse still exists, and rent still goes up. Don't even get me started on the Oracle economy. Oh, internal context, fully automated employment system. Utilizes extensive monitoring to verify completion of arbitrary contracts. Payment in proprietary pseudocurrency upon completion. Automated legal recourse if failed. It pisses me off thinking about how good we could have had it if this shit didn't happen. If the storm is still around, it sure hadn't scaled up enough to save humanity. Okay, I'm gonna look at the this. Right. It's that. Ooh. Okay, this is another thing. Oh. Key card? I'll scan that later. I'm gonna look at that. Okay, let's look at it. The project blooms, its tendrils spreading so quickly, too large, too numerous, to wrangle with my own claws. I have no doubt in the storm's judgment, nor the bright cousins. We are approaching our answer, the source of the call, so quickly, but the weight of it all is growing untenable. What I have kept from them, especially, and so I must direct the researchers, and my echo. When the source is located, do nothing and wait. Thin identifying sheet contains some strange magnetism, a fascinating technology. Experiential bridge? Well, hell yeah. My keycard, very good. I will not have to ask for another again. Implication that Akiza is clumsy and loses her keycard on occasion. This is incredible. This is like actual pathfinding inside of Corru, and also 360-degree free cam, like camera movement. What happens if I take off the mask? Boring. Okay. I can move More in this direction. Hi, buddy.
It's 11:30.
God, this is crazy. Oh, that's a little too close for comfort. This is so scenic. I'm like, I want to take screenshots, but I'm recording this entire thing. How much space? Okay, 15 gigabyte large so far. Man, this soundtrack freaking rocks. It's like it cooked. And this inner world story just keeps getting interesting by the second. I'm glad I explored here. It's a dead end, that's all I know. Okay. There we go. I'm done there. I don't need to go back. Hey, buddy. I just need to get close to that thing. But this thing gets so close. I think I need to make a run for it. It's taking way too damn long. Cause like I traverse one tile and it gets all the way like up there. Go back please, yeah. Okay, that's a little close. Yeah, go back. Oh. Another idle worry strikes me as I assist my eager echo. Undue, of course, for it inspires such pride. What unparalleled progress we have made. But my true team's morale lays so low. Our fragmented POSIX review work overstares. Time period, grouping of continuous unbroken gazes. Length varies by season. Primarily to avoid attention from the archivist, in case they lay within the conflict. It was an easy agreement, his own suspicion playing a part. But what will they think when I must finally lift the veil? Velzy's light will shine cruelly upon this secret in time. So I'm safe here, but I need to navigate over there. Uh-oh. Ooh. Yeah, you can't catch me. Teeth pour into your mind. Die! You focus through the pain. Would you stop? Just let me show you one thing. The imagined pain and the memory spins. A heavy silence follows. Suddenly your vision distorts. Warning, abnormal thought-based activity detected. Error, invalid render, locating closest coherent position. Try something else? Try what? Okay. Unity! The mask's impulse resonates with the thought form. You! That? What is that? Juxiozo. Just like I said. The thought form draws close, suffocating your mind's eye. Thoughts bleed into the space from its wounds, tendrils reaching up through the darkness, where the Ozo ought to be. And something is there. Welcoming, hopeful, peaceful. It even reaches out to me gently. Not only that, the darkness has receded. I have lived a whole life in the dark, the bloodstains of my prey becoming permanent layers of my skin. I flex my countless tendrils still cast into the dark, curling them back into myself, closer, around my precious memory. Giving this interloper the barest thought has poisoned my mind. The impossible notion of returning to a place of safety, for both myself and a future for my ward. Even if it is only a chance, some manipulation. I have had enough of this terrible life. And I imagine my dreaming friends must miss their Akazet. The parasite still remains still, no flesh to tear. Its uncanny existence, let alone its knowledge, is evident enough. It is no simple predator, but it turns in an imperceptible way. Its bleeding thoughts angled away from you. There is little anger in its attention. You were not lying. If I were to entertain this, what of my memory, my ward? It may no longer welcome me, but it cannot all have been for nothing. Can you move it? If you push it up far enough out of the uncosm, Funfriend will find it and try to repair it. I can even make sure it's found quickly. I can, yes. It would disturb my traps and fill the fields of viscera. But if this could be over, if suddenly you feel a furious edge against your mind, if you lie to me, if this is deception, if you tell the truth yet fail to protect my memory, I will tear everything apart. I will tear everything apart, until not a single coherent thread of thought remains. Do you understand? Yes. The weight of the thought form's gaze is heavy upon you. It's silent for a long moment. Then the imagined threat ceases and the space ripples and distorts. Suddenly your vision grows unstable. Warning, abnormal thought-space activity detected. The shape is gone, and so is the thought form. Okay, whatever she did with the recollection made a lot of noise. There's no way Funfriend didn't notice that. Maybe go check in with him. Huh, nice work, buddy. I want to get caught. Catch. Okay. One more image for the road. Interloper. The strangest thing happened. Come talk. So what's the strange thing? You will struggle to believe it, Interloper. What incredible fortune Velty allowed us. A blockage must have cleared within the uncosm, for an incredibly intact memory suddenly surfaced. It was lacking certain aspects, but... Interloper. It was the missing sequence in the embassy. Nearly in its entirety. What? All it required was a replacement accusate dot form. Not an uncommon issue, sadly, but the context was rich enough to support a simple substitute. Only requiring some minor reinterpretation? I see. Yes, fortuitous. Impossibly so, actually. I cannot imagine a scenario in which a memory like it could have survived there, especially for the duration it spent in incoherence. And so I thought, perhaps the Interloper knows something about this. Yes. I found it in the uncosm using a mask, hidden in shreds of another memory, guarded from the outside by an accusate dot form, one that was damaged and changed. But it seemed sane and listened to me. Sane? It was outside the memory, in the uncosm, and it was sane? Interloper, we must have different standards for sanity. Probably. That is certainly the missing accusate dot form. What became of it? I guided it to Juxiozo. Ah, concerning. Yes, slightly concerning that they grow in size still. Though I suppose I did tell you to continue helping them. And this was beneficial to me, too. How very strange for such a thought form is capable of reason. Interloper, know that I rely upon you. I am not under great threat yet, but you must not let Juxiozo spiral out of control. Not before I am fully capable of dealing with them. Regardless, the work is done. The memory is accessible. Go and harvest your information. Oh my goodness. Okay. Contiguous stream on a collection end. If all else must be cast aside to fit the truth, let this one fragment of joy remain. Okay, first, Juxiozo. Oh? I'll look at that later. Oh, hello again, dear Interloper. What a fascinating new thing you've introduced to us to. We're so very excited. A stable accusate at last. Damaged, yes, but sane and lucid, well within reach of a full repair. Is that unusual? Oh yes. Accusate thought forms are rarely even close to intact. So often are they trapped in unbreakable dreams, quietly gnawed to pieces. There is a reason Isabel has so many of those reformed accusates. Even those who play the role of accusate within our dreams, rarely, if ever, do they actually originate as accusate actors. It is more of an adopted role, a common protagonist, you see. Though, if we may admit we are a little intimidated, we hope we can do right by her. All are on their best behavior, and if you would like to speak to her, we recall seeing her linger on the outskirts. It seems she would prefer some time alone, after what we heard from her explanation of the past. It may be some time, and we can hardly blame her. Cool. Thought form activity detected. The thought form seers are focusing on something beneath your perception. It looks ready. It does. And only by your help, my dear Vel. Interloper. Hi! Interloper? Oh, hello. Welcome. and excitement carries through its thoughts. It is about as good as we can make it, so I will not labor in secrets any longer. We've been working on a mask for you. You've done so much for all of us, especially me, finding so many of my dear Akazets. And I know you're starved for knowledge, like a newly awoken thought. But unlike the awoken, I can trust you with this gift. What does it do? It's the joy mask. Yes, it's for having fun. A kind warmth suffuses the thought space. That's not quite correct, Aki. Why don't you let me handle this part? Okay. Interloper, you understand that Juxiozo, home, fortress upon Juxi, is hidden from the tyrant, yes? Entirely impossible for them to directly perceive. Mostly. But you and the others were torn from it. Correct. An unfortunate consequence of the darkness receding. It's only incidental that we were torn from it, though. I assume they must have been clawing through the cache blindly for parts, only recognizing what they pulled away afterwards. We've taken measures to prevent that from happening again. But that's a problem for another day. Let's return to your gift. The thought form directs your attention to a nearby effigy. Attention! Thought form activity detected! It's gone. Whoa! I suspect this should work still. She's missing, right? Yes. Wonderful! How to explain this to someone not here? You can imagine thoughts as having a texture, a sort of pattern both to their exterior and to the things they hold. It's possible for this pattern to act like camouflage, for a thought form as a whole, or for fragments of its knowledge. Intentionally, through self-modification, or incidentally, through damage or malformation. They can even be tailored to hide from particular entities. If you know what it is you want to hide from well enough, throughout all the lucid ages, you could say I acquired an eye for them. There was much that hid in plain sight even back then. I even altered some thoughts myself, here and there. A measure to hide precious things from the ravenous, then from the tyrant. Moments of warmth, fleeting moments of joy in Akazet's terrible journey. If they were lost, the thought form is silent. Grief creeping through your connection. The feeling disappears as its attention pulls away from you. To something else that you can't see, turned over beneath the thought space. These and more should still be out there, somewhere. Frozen beneath the layers of dust and blood from our darkest ages. And I suspect that this mask, if I've done this right, should grant you my sight, allowing you to see what I can. With some space left for future improvements too. Of course, I've got no idea how this will work with your method of connection, but here. Attention, dot stream and bounce accept. This sounds super useful, probably the least harmful sounding one so far, lol. Not that I expect you to accept it. Executing stream consumption. Attention, attempting thought reformation. Notice, mask added, joy. Try it on, Interloper. See if you can find that effigy. I think she ran off somewhere while I explained. She's very good at that. But she's still on this layer of the Ozo somewhere. Alters perception. References imported. Library of thought form patterns and observation. Oh, okay. Moderate minor spatial dot local resonance, activity detection and interview, and city streets. Oh, did I get the interviewer? No, I haven't. So it's like Hunger Mask, but for special things. I'll look at that later. Later. Okay, let's visit this other person. Interloper! Wow, you took so long to find me I was starting to get bored. But look who I found. Disarming behavior is likely deception, perhaps intent on... I never thought anyone would ever come here, ever. Ever! Not even the fairy. It's been tucked out here for so long.
It's 12 o'clock.
And now another me is here too. Yay! We are not the same. Haha, okay. Anyway, the game's over for now, Interloper. You win, you win. I'll go back to Isabel later. Its attention drips away from you to the Akazet thought form, whose focus burns into your mind's eye still. We should speak. Referential scar. Ooh. Non-entity. Subjective nomenclature applied. Subjective visual profile applied. Referencing third-party context installation drawing mask. A minute passage left by those leaping across memories, entwined with countless other in the space between, not camouflage, merely difficult to spot. I imagine you specifically cannot utilize one without another similar point in mind. Endpoint in mind. I saw an eye once. I like to visit here just in case. One day she'll come back. Akazet, you're pretty. The thought form's suspicious attention is already upon you. But its threatening sharpness is absent. Hello again. This place, Interloper. It is unbelievable. Enormous. Safe. Its denizens welcoming. It draws closer to your mind's eye, thoughts bleeding in. Probing thought throughout the great space. Still finding no sign of deceit. Of course, that in itself may vanish as it turns a certain way beneath the render. Yes, unbelievable is the correct concept. The greater part of me suspects I still lie in the dark, trapped in some sort of inner dream, rotting as you gnaw upon my mind. That's beyond my ability. You know I'm barely even present. Does this feel less real? No. Only in how implausible it is that such a kindness arose from the darkness. I feel that I sit now between the teeth of a patient beast. I do not yet regret my decision, for I still feel lucid, and the others here are personable. But I have declined any extensive treatment from them, until I am certain this is not some sort of trap. The entities here could be like the other putting up acts, wielding coherence to lower my guard. But I have held my defense for what must be dozens of eyes, Interloper. Do not think a Blink's piece is enough for me to falter. Okay, that's fine. Now, did you come simply to welcome me? I am not averse to talking to you more, and I do expect you to tell me what has become of my ward. It's silent, waiting. Something about it feels deeply tired. You... Name? What should I call you? What? Why would you ask me that? Is it not obvious enough? Have I changed so drastically? Though I may be like an echo, I am still Akazet. Okay. Can you tell me more about what happened to you? What happened to that memory? The thought space tenses alongside the thought form's mind. You feel its presence press threateningly against yours. I could ask you the very same question. Curl into themselves with barely contained rage. You seek to pry information from me, yet all I have from you in exchange is a vague assurance. What is the status of my ward? I haven't seen it personally yet. Briefly, the present feels larger than the space itself. Your vision distorts beneath its glaring mind. Then it would be best if you go and check upon it, yes? Lest you prefer I leave a trail of destruction in my own search. Oh, you're so something. You mentioned declining treatment, and I can feel your thoughts sometime. Are you wounded still? Yes. I am tending to it just fine. You need not worry for me. If indeed it is worry and not some manipulation. What I tore for myself was sizable. This is true. And I have suffered far worse in the darkness. Okay. Memories. Knowledge. Do you remember anything beyond that memory you came from? I remember the Call Initiative, the Bright Cousins, the workings of Corru. There was a period after I awoke where I explored my own memory, probing routes I remember my dear friend Kaski. Yet where do we meet? Nothing. When was it that Kavik ascended? I should know. It is all fruit, bulbs of knowledge, yet no Velk at their roots. For as empty as my memories may be beneath the facts they present, I cannot simply write them off as being illusory, because they are real, even if I am not, truly. What about the surrounding memories you tore up? The lab, what happened to the storm, the electrical conversion device? Ah, yes. What I hold from it is limited, for while I devoured some parts, the others were left to my defensive field. I can tell you it was not simply a conversion device, and that it only earned its namesake after it gained an echo. Let me think. What else? Akazet delayed her own team's investigation into that call record discrepancy, spacing sessions out over extended periods of time, primarily hoping that the time stopper would be displaced, which never seemed to happen, at least in what I saw. Lucky Akazet. I would have liked to use the time stopper. It sounds so fascinating. But then, the project spun out of her control somehow. I recall her worry, but from the pieces I hold, it did not seem entirely negative. There was the information of a number of initiatives she was not entirely privy to. Not maliciously, of course. The storm was just ceaseless in its focused work, and she struggled to stay informed on every detail. That's really helpful, thanks. Do you know what happened to the real Akazet? What separated the cyst from her? No. What? That wasn't me setting up an explanation. I was asking you. The cyst was by itself on a column in a crashed and melted ship. Naturally, I must assume this core cyst was separated from her, at some point. I did like to keep a column in maintenance in my vessel. I doubt anyone else would pluck it from my body and place it knowingly upon the column. But that is beyond what I was imprinted with, Interloper. From what I know of the Syst's history from the others, I must have awoken well in the Age of Darkness, only madness dared. So the separation was well before then. But whatever became of me, I hope it was for a good cause. For my friends, or for Obeski, or for the bright cousins. My entire existence was that simple celebration, and it is all I truly cared to know for so long, but I would like to know what followed the peace I fought so hard to protect in time. Man, there's a lot, mostly intact too. But it's too much for me to explain, and I think it's dangerous out there for you because of FunFriend, who I need to continue repairs, so don't attack it. Do you think I am so senseless? Just give me some time to fix things. Maybe FunFriend will loosen up. I'm working on it. Very well. I am in no hurry, after all. Besides, the others here may inform me just as well. Yeah. Storm? So if you have some memories from that FBX lab, what do you know about the work Akazet did there with the storm? Do they know? What if Akazet's secrecy still holds some importance? Should I trust this ancient worry, or... I know she started it because of some sort of Abex conflict. It led to some other issues, but what happened with the storm is a blind spot. Ah, you are familiar already? Then there is no sense in clinging to her vague concerns of secrecy. The laboratory was already in ruin when I reached it, Interloper. Not irreparable, not at first, not until I began my work upon it. There may still be fragments for you to learn from, though most were eventually consumed by either myself or my wardens. There are still blurry memories that haunt me, shreds of some discovery. The information may be long lost, but the feelings remain. Vague impressions of a terrible misunderstanding, some creeping fear, tension. Akazet and her team found something, achieved some goal, but the occasion was not as joyous as I imagined she may have liked. Yes, that is surely why she told them to wait after their location attempts succeeded, as some of the layers I left intact seem to imply. FunFriend? What do you think of FunFriend? It's troubling how the others refer to it so readily as a tyrant. FunFriend was always blunt, but well-meaning, kind by design. Of course, my understanding comes from the real Akazet. What do you think of it? I think it just wants to put things back the way they were. Infinite, swirling madness in the dark. Countless memories and components broken, mangled into loose, rotting weaves. A desire that should entertain Velzy for all time in its sheer impossibility. If only it were as simple as putting things back. Perhaps with enough time it will come to the same conclusion, and come to tolerate the maddened actors upon this broken stage. Maybe. Velzy? There's another entity I think is in the uncosm. Something sentient that might be sane. It's guarding some memory in the depths from me. You sound as if you could be describing me. I never saw another thought space being guarded in the same way, but the cyst is very large, Interloper. What do you think of the Ozo thought forms so far? Beyond simple greetings and introductions, I have little to decide upon. They are eccentric, easily placed as having formed from the darkness, but the shapes they have taken are hardly so obvious in origin. So few are monsters like myself. I appreciate Isabel's patience and care, but it is strange to have someone I have never met treat me like an old friend, especially after so much time fending against my every living thing. And her Akazets are... what is it exactly? So hard to place. It is miraculous how they function, being so incomplete. Unnerving is the closest concept, yet this world must be so simple for them. Being both safe and so oblivious to the madness, it is hard to deny. Interesting. The Council, also, another strange and terrifying shape, made up of so many smaller fragments melted, disappearing in the whole. Truly, my first impression was that you had lured me into a trap, some great betrayal, the rational end product of the darkness. But instead of vicious hunger, it met me with kindness, quickly attempting to coordinate my treatment and placement, and equally as quick to accept my declination. Then there is that strange one, Gelly, quick to offer a game, though I'm hardly in the mood for play. For as bizarre as she appears, I appreciate the familiarity of an attendant golem, and of course, the fairy. The top one's attention shifts for a moment. I should feel relief that there are others like me here, but barely a step away from the beast that tore at my memory. Exuding a constant gnashing of teeth, an echo of the most terrible things from the dark, I cannot stand how familiar it is, nor the similarities we share. I should hope we have little interaction. Still, if we can thrive here, then perhaps it is not so unlikely that I could, too. This area. Are you staying here? It feels empty. Aside from that flower thing. Flower thing? You must speak of the subtle scarring, for it is the only other fixture. I suppose you could see it like the root of a bright parasite. But yes, for now, this corner is my respite. However brief it may be, the emptiness you feel, it is comforting to me. For it means few have ever tread here. And the wound will make it easier to flee should their need arise. Did you expect more? Sort of. Usually there's at least a little personal manifestation. Gelly's boat, Isabel's flowers, Fairy's stars. Does that not just happen automatically? It does not. They wrought personalization into their spaces. I have no need to carve mine into a stay that may be temporary. Whoa. Looking upon the flower is strangely dizzying. The physical presence it holds in the render is illusion of the mask. For your attention passes through it, into it, beyond the thought space. It is a whole. A kaleidoscopic, nonsensical weave of paths is laid against your mind's eye. They twist around each other in ways you aren't able to process. But some points feel familiar. You reach towards them. Whoa, this is fast travel? Whoa, okay. This place is wild. What's up? Akazet. The lucid Akazet thought form here doesn't seem very trusting or happy. Yeah. Probably just needs to warm up to the place, right? That's on the other thoughts to help though. We can't really do anything more for it right now. Do you think we'll be able to get anything useful from it? Probably. The thing is, it's a weirdly shaped thought form, and it's been throwing off my analysis. I imagine on account of whatever it did to try to survive down there. But it is larger than most others, which means it probably has a lot of inherited context. Maybe we can get more once it lowers its guard. That aside, I do think it'll be useful in the long run, just beyond just direct info. I bet it could stand in for Akazet in memories that don't have an intact locus. But that's just a theory. We haven't seen one of those. Alright. Alright, here are things I want to do. I want to revisit the Kazki thought form in the Beneath. Go see that flower I saw in Akazet's boat. Dual vessel, I mean. And do better times. Also interact with everyone and ask them about the creature. Interloper, I am so bored. This place is so small. Is it? What do you think of the about the Akazet platform? Oh, Akazet! Such a big stir her arrival was. You know, I was very excited at first. What a sharp form, so many teeth, so many weaponized tendrils, and what fresh stains upon them all. But then we spoke. Ugh. And lo, another simpering adherent to the past. How does someone become such an unstoppable force and still end up so disappointing? Oh well, maybe it was the right prodding. We can still get some fun out of her. She's made some very real threats to tear things apart, and I think she really meant them. Don't do anything stupid. Ahahaha. I would never do anything stupid, interloper. Okay, good. Ozo Akazet. What do you think of the Akazet platform? Oh, well, it is a little strange to have an Akazet out here, especially a real one. But of course, make no mistake, I'm very glad to have her. I have just spent so much time watching her, another her, stumbling blindly through the same tragedies, carrying so much stress from a life that she never even really lived. Even now, this one is like a wounded creature, cowering from us beneath the same shelter, tense and ready to strike back at the slightest motion. But all are certain we can help her, and she is not unreasonable. I simply hope we can help her find a more comfortable existence here. And, you know, once she is more acclimated, perhaps she might even enjoy our favorite dream. We must simply be patient. The thought form's attention is elsewhere at first. Akazet? What do you think of that? About that Akazet thought form? I'm so excited, interloper. We spoke. I've made my offers to help and guidance clear, and I've even introduced her to the Akazets I repaired, but she's hesitant to let anyone close. It hurts to see Akazet so clearly wounded, physically and mentally, but so very insistent on carrying on by herself. Adapted so deeply to lone existence in the dark. Oh, the poor thing. She just needs some time to adjust. I don't really have much of that, but I guess I'm just impatient, haha. I never thought I'd ever meet an Akazet so familiar with the nature of our reality. There's so much we'll be able to do, so much to show her. She just has to be comfortable first. But don't worry, interloper. I have ideas. She's nothing I cannot handle. Okay? Oh, it's facing away, because you know. Also, I find it interesting that you are presented with the option to lie and tell FunFriend that you don't actually know where that thing came from. Oh. Gate, vessel surface? Low-dimensional dot base internal. Partial cohesion failure, referencing third-party installation. Commonly accidental with minor dot form dot bases, especially those contained within others. Right, it said ship interview and city streets. I'm gonna go into dual vessel. Non-entity. A minute passage left by those leaping across from others. So this is a fast travel point. Hey, Akazet. Bye, Akazet. Hello. A comfortable, cold darkness greets me as I amble out of the dead hatch. The curiosity of the bright cousin is insatiable. So thorough and relentless that their star has had time to leave our sight yet again. U.S. Navy. I see that patch. My guide waits. Awaits, a communicator in one hand, and in the other, between clawless fingers, a smoldering white cylinder. An ingestion method for a stimulant, as I understand it. The hatch swings shut behind me under its own weight, and his eyes lift from the glow of his communicator. Hello, Akazet. His greeting is joyless. Before he speaks further, he brings the cylinder to his lip. The smoldering end brightens, then crumbles away with some slight movement. That went pretty long. Want to talk about the call? Memory hole code! Ooh! Yes. To little end, unfortunately. I feel his gaze upon my receptors, curious as they curl with quiet frustration. After all, much delight has come from offering what we know to each bright questioner. Without condition, without exception. It is their right to know all that we do, to share in all our progress. Yet the progress on this particular subject is infuriatingly small. I understand questioning. It mirrors our own clawing at the truth. But it has only served to highlight to both of our peoples how little it is truly understood, even after all this work and time. As you well know, I'm a key figure in its research, so when the answer to clawfuls of questions in sequence is simply, we do not know, in one form or another, it is almost shameful. I hold, letting the gentle frustration leave me. But there is so much other knowledge that we can offer. So much more, that it is hardly a problem. The guide is silent, watching me still, an unfamiliar shape upon his face. Not a smile, not a directed displeasure, but it bears similarities to those I have seen upon my questioners in response to my answers, just before they remark upon the strangeness of our similarity again. Regardless, is there another awaiting my word? Most of the lab coats are either sleeping or wrapping up. It's sounding like internal meetings are winding down. He breathes again through the ashen cylinder. Oh, it's a cigarette. Okay. It was 2 a.m. time specification, well before the return of the bright colored stars, when I took over, and you were still going from yesterday. You aren't tired? Not in a way that matters. The wakefulness of death often feels inescapable, a ceaseless river of experience, unbroken. And so, I could answer 1,000 questions more, a million, so long as I... The guide's shoulders shift low, expression flattening. With the tap of his finger, the cylinder sheds its burnt particulates. I can nearly see a reflection of my larval self. being told to commence a search operation just after completing another. Actually, I believe I should return to the embassy to report what has been discussed. Would you show me the way back to my dual vessel? There is confusion, a short and quiet breath, a small smile. Sure. So, call memory hold code. Could you... Is this a shortcut? Just... Oh my gosh. Why is the interview... Nope. Okay. Unity.
It's 12:30.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's see. Let's see some joy. Okay, nope, nothing here. Oh, except for something here though. Oh, gradient obfuscation. Analysis, like a subtle fog in the thought space, slippery and difficult to perceive until entered, may obscure nearby entities, commonly accidental, but I have seen it used intentionally in a few places. I stop and Gordon follows. He returns my stares. Nervous? Not terribly. Everything was approved, as he said. This is merely a handoff? Yeah. Yeah. It should be. This is just about kicking off the operation. I see. Meeting? Gordon! This meeting with the director. I consider his face carefully. A member of the council. Okay, I need to get water really bad. A member of the council would not descend in a proxy body merely to update my access in the embassy. Huh. Why would a cousinly representative of equal sway take such measures? There's something else going on here. So, I am direct with my concern. Do you expect it to be difficult? Difficult? He is quick to smile and shake his head slightly. It's just a handoff. But, well, this was all approved very, very quickly. It's an unusual fast track for an equally unusual project. The deal isn't changed, if that's what you're worried about. She probably just wants to meet you personally and get clear with your goals. Very well. I did not hide my displeasure with his answer. But he makes no amendment. A large quantity of numbered circles are set into the dead metal here. Gordon gives some idle instruction on which are relevant, which distantly registers. But I am distracted in wondering what happens if they need to add a new one. Would they have to recut a solid sheet of dead metal and set in new buttons? Yeah, of course they would. And of course each button would have some sort of connective nerve. Actually, how would they even manage adding another segment to the metal towers? The logistics of bright cousin structures are hardly sensical to me. Something to investigate, I suppose. I notice Gordon's leaning forward after his explanation. You get all that? It's really just the 3 buttons we'll be using. Oh, yes, right. We have somewhere to be. Yes, of course. Thank you, Gordon. High office. The buttons light up, and after a blink, the elevator lurches into motion. Soon, we arrive at our destination. Doors sliding open to release us. Yeah, this is one of those shortcuts. Yep. Cannot comprehend numbers, as far as I can tell. Oh! Okay. I did not spend time in the meeting chamber. Whoa, new music. Oh, is that Oliver? Fascinating. Whoa, this is groovy. Hey, Oliver. To my surprise, Oliver is here within the high offices. Does he not usually operate elsewhere? He fails to notice us at first, frustrated with the strange machine nearby. A bright blue bulb grows atop its pale, shiny stalk. Gordon chuckles slightly, and I nearly pass him on the way to the meeting. But he signals for me to stop, and we approach. Come on. Hey, Oliver! What's the matter? Gordon! Heck is that? Nice to see ya. The damn cooler's acting up again. It always does this shit, man. Cooler? Is this a temperature regulator? What? No. It's a water cooler. It keeps water cold. You know, for drinking. Actually, I never thought to ask. Do you like drinking cold water? Or did ya... I guess. Oh, yes, of course. I see now. Thank you, Oliver. But what is wrong with it? Is it not intact? Well, I mean, look at it. He gestures vaguely to the machine. I cannot quite make out what he means. How the hell am I supposed to get anything out of there? You put in a maintenance ticket? Not yet, but it's not long before I've got a meeting with the director. Ah, well, I'll just get something from the vending machines. Why are you two up here anyways? Before we have a chance to respond, he answers himself in realization. Ah, you're the director's 8 o'clock. Shit, don't let me hold you. Sure, Oliver. You know, if you don't want to pay for a drink, you could check the big meeting room past the elevators. I'm pretty sure there's a mini fridge in there. Oh, good idea. But we'd better not be late. Ah, yes. Goodbye, Oliver. May you hunt bear fruit. See you around. That's funny. Moth, do you have something to say? This is definitely looking like the old West Coast HQ. Okay, so it's like California or something. The Federal Bureau of X Department. Alright, let's get to this water cooler. Primitive water containment, not unlike the use of hollowed purifying bolts in larval times. Okay. Whoa! I fetch a thin vessel from its repository, filling it with clear water. I'm not certain what trouble he was having. The mechanism was quite simple. Frightfully fragile vessel. Water contained within the thinnest skin I have ever observed. I must dull my claws so I do not puncture it. Okay, that's funny. I fear I may crush this flimsy thing, but it is worth a test. Yes, it is water. That's all you have to say? Yeah, it's water. I have no need for more. Oh, what if I do the Unity thing? Yeah, of course, no response. What about here? Oh, right, let's chat first. I stop and Gordon follows. He returns my stare. Right. What did you say after that? Oh, is this the same stuff? Yeah, it's the same stuff. Must have been my allergies. Season of the fruit. Unity. What? Sorry, can't go with you. I have a meeting at 9. Which I could though. Sounds like fun. Same thing. Alright. I wanna go to the bottom floor first. Oh, this is just back down. Is this elevator sound? Hey, elevator. Alright, so it looks like the upper level here is the only place to go. Whoa. Briefcase head. So bizarre. Wait. Attempting interpretation. These are all different places, right? Okay, the only accessible place... Yeah, it appears the only... Wait, no. All of these have... No, wait. Okay, I'm gonna chat with this fellow first. Recollection. A bright cousin stands in the office. Having heard our entry, she closes her folding communicator and looks through me. What the hell? With no small surprise. Warning, incoherence detected. Warning, cohesion error detected. Non-fatal. Continuing render. Oh. That's not good. How did you get in here? Buddy, this thing is going to cause a breakdown if you stay near it. Incoherence just spiked like crazy. This is going to straight up crash. Director Cassidy! I feel sick. I see. Closes her folding. What? Did I lose focus? It felt like something was missing just now. No, everything is fine. Okay, it's just gone. Acceptable levels right now. This is new. Gordon, Akizatash. It's good to see you both, truly. She steps closer to shake Gordon's hand, then my claw. A small smile I've come to understand as polite upon her face. When I make an effort to mimic it, she smiles wider, quietly exhaling. Thank you for coming all this way. Please, just call me Akizet. I understand you had to take a flight? Before she speaks, she fetches a small, flat rectangle from her pocket. One of the cards that they use to regulate access here. It's no trouble. Her eyes shift in a puzzling way, her gaze lacking the warmth it just had. She turns the card over in her hand, smile held steady. It's the least I could do, really. We appreciate what you're doing here, Akizet. As the director, I imagine she must be deeply familiar with receptor language by now. So I try to suppress the subtle unease her tone inspires. Just like you wanted. We have as few hands and eyes involved as possible. It's me, a few officers for oversight, Gordon here, and some very good technicians. Delightful. The only thing is, there are still parts that don't add up. She punctuates her word with an idle waving of the card, held tightly between two fingers. From the corner of my vision, I see Gordon's shift, having grown tense. The secrecy from your own people is very strange. Obviously, I wouldn't ever decline what you're offering. Any country, corporation, hell, anyone off the street would kill for this thing. This has the potential to be the biggest societal and technological leap in humanity's history. It would be an incredible political bargaining chip if we had to use it that way. And yet, you only want help tracking the call down. Which, as you know, we're already doing, just without your technology. And privacy? Not a word to any of the hundreds of other crew we're working with, not even your council? I need to know why you're doing this. Director, as I explained in the proposal, recent discovery... Yes, I know the circumstances, but even the rest of her team? It doesn't make sense. What am I missing, Akizet? I feel her gaze bore into me, the smile flattening away over time. Gordon said it was all approved already. Why is she being so interrogative? Is this a trap? Could the director have notified the council? Is she on some side of the terrible conflict? Ah, did I forget to hide my unease? Shit. I quickly loosened the curl of my receptors. There's no way out of this without telling at least a partial truth. Director, you are correct. I believe it may have been shelved for use in a potential oh my goodness. I believe it may have been shelved for use in a potential negotiation. But there is little we could ever truly ask from you. Our bright cousins. All crew I know wish only to help unite you with us in the stars. I understand this must seem idealistic, but it is true. We will have no shortage of metals we require, with the gathering initiatives elsewhere. I have heard of contrivances made to dead, rich worlds with nearly automated harvesting underway. I've read projections that we will be able to construct incredible mines, cores the size of small planetoids, sure to solve every mystery that the void holds for us. And so, in time, we will have everything we need, together. Do you understand? There is no desire great enough to justify holding this back from you. especially with how short your lives are presently, just as ours were. So much brilliance will be lost if we wait. Your politics, your technology, your bargaining chips. They're the tiniest parasites upon the tallest velk. If there is something else. A quiet rage boils in the back of my mind. I dearly wish to speak of the conflict, but as in Parasite, I must gather my bulbs. The director must not know, but without that knowledge, the only conceivable reasons for my secrecy would be unspeakably grim prospects. Then it is a grave error that the council did not inform us. If we cooperate and use our combined technology to locate the call's origin, then I return to them and reveal all, they will be unable to deny the value of our work together. Even then, the fruit cannot be unsplit. It will be in your hands. Of course, there is a possibility I will be punished, even if my point is made clearly and publicly. And so, you see, I must not place my team at risk with this knowledge. I may be cast out as a deserter, but I will not allow my friends to suffer for my actions. And it would never place blame upon the Bright Cousins. So it is only I who suffers in the event of failure. Not a word I speak is false. But with all of my being, I hope those last words remain true. The director has hardly moved, her expression unchanged. Briefly, I looked at Gordon, who is hearing all of this for the first time as well. He smiles, nodding once to reassure me. So I turn back to her. Wordlessly, without warmth, she tips the card in her hand towards me in offering. That's very noble. Well, everything's all set up. I take the card. But that is all? This mundanity, does she believe me? It is so difficult to read anything from her. Anyone can go to the operations floor, but they can only access the sections relevant to their assignments. We have other Obesk working down there. We have other Obesk down there working on... We have other Obesk working down there, working on various things. But the team has been briefed on your privacy concerns. It should be safe for you. That card will let you into your section. A polite smile returns to her face. Excellent. Director, thank you for this opportunity. Likewise. I have another meeting shortly, so please excuse me. It's been a pleasure, Gazette. Gordon, we'll talk later. Yes, ma'am. Gordon meets my gaze, and we turn to leave. Be careful on the way down. I hear the elevator's been acting a little strange. Hello? Are you lucid? Director! I thought I might step in to say, The director holds a communicator to the side of her face, slightly perturbed by my approach, as if I am impeding something. Akazet, I really cannot talk right now. Let's save it for the next project meeting, alright? Oh, apologies, Director. Yes, it is no pressing matter. Farewell. Not getting anything from it right now. Get out. You will reveal yourself, and there's nothing you can do about it. That is so bizarre. It's lucid, but it's hiding in its head. Okay, bye. Hello? What in the world? No, please, let me... Wait. Okay. Oh no. What is... This is so bizarre. A door that leads the same way. Okay, I thought that... Okay. I thought I could go back in there, but I guess I can. Oh, let's go in here. Okay, I'll just leave. That interrogation. My stare intensifies with scepters coiling tightly. Gordon? Why did you not warn me about that? Gordon grows confused, raising his hands defensively, glancing around before lowering his voice. Whoa, Akazet, what? Warren? What did you expect? Your offer came out of nowhere and, well, it basically eclipsed everything else the Bureau was doing in importance. I know you wanted to keep your reasons secret. She wanted to make sure there weren't any strings attached. You know, that this isn't part of some... I mean, what you said, you meant it, right? The tension in my receptor fades, and similarly, he stands easier. I did. I am quiet for a blink. Really, I should not be frustrated with him, nor the director, should I? It is the same investigative spirit that drove me to begin this, after all. I came to them like their very own mysterious message. They truly are our bright cousins. Part of me wishes I could tell him more about the conflict, what still stirs. But it is not time. Gordon, the more that I share, the more it becomes at risk. Well, everything's on the table now, so we'll just be careful, right? Come on, let's head down to the lab. I can introduce you to the team. Ooh. The button lights up, and after a blink, the elevator lurches into motion. Oh! Oh, everything's purple. Again? Sorry for the trouble. It's an older building. You'd think with all the funding that we get, it'd be more reliable. What are you talking about? Help! Help! I mean, there's more important stuff to spend money on. Dude, you okay in there? Just fine. Oh, it brought me right to the flower. This place reads so weird. It's totally broken apart, but I'm still picking up this really focused, depressive gloom over it. I have some questions. Who is the director? Who's Director Cassidy? What do you know about her? Right, she was the very first nomination for the director's office. Don't know the official date off the top of my head, but the FBX didn't form until a few years after the embassy was discovered, so it must have been around the mid-20s. Talk about a brutal time, though. First contact, the collapse, and then the comms breakdown? She probably had the highest highs and lowest lows out of any of them. And she was still in office for almost 10 years, which is insane. Then, after that, not too sure where she ended up. Pretty sure she's still alive and well in the private sector. Is it not common knowledge? No way, not for her. I mean, you understand the scope of everything that happened, right? If I had all that happen on my watch, then saw everything basically fall apart into what it is now, I'd want to just quietly disappear too. What do you make of the thought form for her? It seems very lucid. Yeah, jury's still out on whether that'll be helpful or a big problem. I did notice something interesting in that office though. On my end, the connectors around her were really hard to notice at first. Not sure how they appeared to you, but they're very distinct from every other implementation I've seen so far. Looks like it's been making its own sneaky ways of getting around. Oh, you focus upon the broken dotscape of the FBX laboratory. The path diverges in directions you feel you shouldn't be able to see. There is a sense of chronological order. Beginning, hope, third growth, growth over growth.
It's 1 o'clock.
Never mind. Oh, okay. That lines up with the examines I've got. Yeah, I saw you. Okay, let's enter. Ah. Just behind there, huh? You are okay. What were you thinking? You must take better care of yourself, Aki. Uh-oh. You had better not. The render feels unsteady. Panic spikes through your thought space. Stupid! Feels like you're falling. Okay, city office. Huh. Whoa! Hey, wait a minute. Bright. Hidden via size and membrane damage. Whoa, okay. Whoa. We're on the moon. Our dull anchor. Dense and redundant for the safety of all, warded against Velzy's cruelty in every conceivable way. This is trippy, like, the ground horizon is staying at the right level when I look up and down. haunted by Velzy. We share the same view of the void, its promise infinite and inevitable. But still I wonder, are they haunted by Velzy in their own way? Have they witnessed the shapes in the dark of their skies? If we are here, then so too must it be. Our dull vessel. Man, this is great. Okay, I need to look at my examines. There's stuff in there. Right. The person? Oh my goodness, we need to go to the embassy. I pull my head from its resting place upon the face stand, releasing it into the air above my shoulders. No need or time to examine its work too closely. I am anxious enough without fussing over the specifics of a long-forgotten face. The memories of our final preparations are clear enough in my mind, yet the urge to double-check it all over again is so strong. The chance of any failure at this point is near impossible, but yet there's a quiet crawling of uncertainty behind my thoughts. Is it not wrong to celebrate before the spire's function has been fully confirmed? Katsuki and Boska would hardly think so. They seek to celebrate every step on our path. Regardless, the others wait. I've taken long enough. Hi, Kazutesh. Where to call research? The call research center, please. Okay. The path I took to relocated seals, but there's an uncharacteristic pause in its function. Oh, alright. A swarm of small luminescent particles releases from the move friend, and to my shock, the ground mine's sigil is drawn in the air before its face. Kizutesh? Is there a problem? Something has gone wrong already. I knew it. I must always trust that feeling. The quiet crawl is always followed by a savage pounce. To celebrate a victory before it's truly won is a direct invitation to Velzy's baleful light. You have somewhere to be. Do not trouble yourself with your devices. What? Ah? I spoke without thinking? For the barest blink, I am without decorum. Apologies, Bakoa. But I thought it is necessary to ensure, I'm handling the rest. Again, I find myself without words, even for a blink. Even thought for a blink. Is this a condemnation? Is there a flaw so fundamental that I cannot be trusted to fix it? My receptors must have been tightened into a coil of discomfort. For a quiet noise, like a tired chuckle, comes through the move friend. Do not break this tendril of secrecy. But your tear has wrung a promise for me. You are not to enter the research chamber until celebrations are complete. It is unwise to deny the requests of a tier, especially though when they concern another. No matter how fickle or minor they may seem on the surface, they have a way of knowing what is best. Now go. I have my own work to do. I see. Farewell then. The sigil disperses. I'm left alone with the move friend, dumbfounded. Okay. So, recreation is a new hallway. A new hallway forms in place of the entry. Surely it will be fine to leave this in the groundsman's claw. Have fun. Nope. We gotta go. Oh, okay. Come on then. Aki! The blink I enter, she shouts and waves from the boyfriend's post. Kazuki and Gakbu lounge and wait. The others are not here. In fact, it is empty. The entire segment's crew must be out already. It is for the best now. It is embarrassing enough that Kavik lets that name slips occasionally. I approach the giggling tear, a familiar teasing waggle in her receptors. Gakbu greets me with a little receptor wave, then quickly settles it back into a forced resting curl, restraining her true reaction to my short name's use. I remain outwardly unaffected as I can. Hello, Kazuki, Gakbu. Where are the others of our team? Hangar, Kazuki's subdivision. I think they wanted to get a few things on the way up. Yes, we are taking my vessel to the festivity. That larval imprint really is adorable, Aki. If you are ready, we should get going. I will reserve the movement. The system is a little strained from all the departures. Best to not get stuck waiting. Gakbu sets her simulacra before the boyfriend, setting off. She hides her reaction to Kazuki's comments well, giving me the opportunity to approach the smug tear more sternly. Though my head must rise some distance from my shoulder to be on equal level. I told you not to call me that in front of others, Kazuki. Disapproval is clear enough in my receptors if not my voice, but perhaps not enough of an edge to elicit a proper reaction. For she still speaks playfully. Okay, Akizet. Fine. I thought it might help you. I just thought it might help you unwind. All of this polygonation finalization has been hard business. I appreciate your concern and care, Kazuki. It has been truly, but it is hardly over. We still need to ensure that the dual synchronization is, in a quick movement unbefitting Kazuki, she grabs my head out of the air, and with it in her claws, scurries off for the move friend. Kazuki, if you cannot relax by your own volition, I will just have to ensure you cannot do anything else. Fun friend. Guide my body to the move friend before she leaves without it. Okay, Akizet. Distantly, I feel it scramble after us. Attention. Dream damaged. Advancing to next coherent data. Emerging from the move friend, my receptors back in a resting coil. Whoa, this is the hangar. Kazuki Hangar subdivision is already prepared with an opened wall. Bosco and Tozik's conversation is indistinct from this distance, obscured by the wind until we approach. Routes link up with the directional spire in an underground curve. It should provide better support while working the same as any other polygonation configuration. Of course, that part of it is not my field. Never had the mind to deal with the dual plane. All performance reports I have seen are in line with the others. Your plan proved to be perfectly effective. Tozik caps their discussion, the two directing their attention to my approach. Kavik stands to attention, having been distracted by assist. Hey, Aki! A harmless moniker under most circumstances, but an indistinct murmur from Gakru to Kazki behind me suggests conspiracy. Her insistence on Kazki adopting its usage will be a grave error. Bosco gives a kind nod of his receptor in greeting. Ready to go? Hello, my friends. Yes, let us board. Whoa, it's dark. Whoa. The team clambers into the vessel, and after a blink, Kazki's pilots speak. Hello, friends. It will be a bit of a trip, so settle in. Hers is so friendly. Sparse idle chatter passes the time, but much has already been said throughout the gaze. Kazki lingers near the pilot cyst, receptors half closed in annoyance. Her head slowly shifts side to side. One of her tells, she just communicated with someone internally. I cannot help but overhear when she speaks to the pilot. Now? Well, we should... Yes, go ahead and align with the spire. It will not take long. Okay, Kazki. She turns to address the team, finding me nearby. With a kind dip of her receptors, they soon settle into a more open state. Everyone! We will be stopping, briefly, by the connective center of the polygonation spire. Oh! Kavik's attention is drawn in the form of delight. Yet, that insidious crawl returns. It seems Vikora noticed some reception delays, and so she thinks there's a diagnostic cyst attached somewhere still. But it is gone, just as easily. This fault lies not with my team, nor anyone, really. A simple mistake. She wants us to find it? It could be smaller than a caustic. Her head sways from side to side again, receptors fidgeting. The delay this could pose to our celebration threatens even Kazki's cheer. Well, she seemed certain it would be easy to find, and we are the closest airborne vessel right now. Fine. Perhaps we should wager over who can find it first. Ha! Alright. The spire is using lighter weight corru, so a bridge and tunnel directly to the center from the air should be trivial. No conflict if I guide the pilot, right? Bosco draws close to the pilot cyst, donning a connective cyst. Distantly, Tozik and Gakru discuss their wager. No, go right ahead. And Akizet. It is only as she looms nearby that I realize the tight coil in my receptors. Can I be held at fault for worrying over our work so much? Should it not be the fault? Should it not be the default state when so many resources are poured into it? She said everything else is fine. Integrity, directional connectivity, dual routes. So, do not worry so much. That is good. Bosco, Tozik, you are most familiar with the organs of these spires. May I rest the search upon your shoulders? Bosco waves the receptor back at me affirmatively. Of course. Me too. I have never once been inside a connective center, but I would like very much to beat Tozik. I laugh, relieved, just as I feel the vessel's movement halt, then lurch slightly as a dock is formed with the spire outside. Its hatch brightens, and the search team sets out. May Velzy look away at last. Inherited context, common idiom, wishing for uncertain times to withdraw. Okay, now where are we exactly? Local ocean polygonation. Ah, I'm missing something here. Okay. Right. Gutic word. Guptic word. Imitation of post-mortem Guptic, associated with hunting prowess. Social surface predator. Grave formed out of exoskeletal pieces by pack. Whoa. You can sit down. Yep, a bunch of simulacrum. Yeah. And yeah. Kasky's pilot cyst, another mind suited to utilizing the limbs, utilizes a curious non-standard display. Yeah, it looks quite non-standard to me. Yellow, magenta, and white. And black. Kavik and Kazki linger in the vessel. He has always been an attentive listener, drawing long talks even from Tozik. So, naturally, if she allows him to start, as she has, Kavik's extensive archival works allows an endless stream of knowledge to flow forth. It is empirical, in a way. Have you ever heard of the stories of ties nearly making it through a trip? Partial translation, implied closest cultural equivalent, note. No! That is possible? I approached to listen more closely, earning a small receptor wave from both. For all of his silly knowledge, there's plenty still of interest. And that is certainly a peculiar thing to mention. Hi, Aki. Hi, Aki. Hello, my friends. Just waiting. Please, continue. Anyways, it is possible. Very. Just exceedingly rare. But with all of my downtime in the archives, I have come across a few recorded instances and reviewed their studies. Each time, it was a very simple object the bearer had come to know. Holy. Well, I knew my receptor shells pretty well. No, as in every detail unmistakable, inside and out, down to composition. For example, the most prominent case was a periku. Inherited context. Tiny fewer Velk bone melted into near-perfect shape via acid mixture used in dull tithing. The sort offered at Zavazny orbit ports, you know? But this one in particular was created by the once Tyr, who carried it into the contrivance. Carved from peri, then melted, and shaped imperfectly by their own labor, the study noted. Inherited context, Velk bone. When they emerged from the contrivance's opposite point, it was mostly gone, but the outermost layer still remained. The most intact near a dent in its shape that they had been familiar with, but it crumbled to dust in their own claws at the slightest movement later. Oh, that is so strange. Do you think the Life Pod project is familiar with this? I think so. It would be strange if they were not, given it was in the Spire's archival system. But I should still check in and be certain. Maybe my interest would inspire them to welcome my claws into their work. So, if I prepare my own tithe and study it thoroughly for our eventual trip back to Abeski, and it makes it through, you're saying that you're saying that is the easiest way to have a gathering of Jut fawning over me? You need not work so hard for that, Kazki. Simply visit the materials segment more often, and that should be enough. They do have tier up there, you know. It is only now that I notice the time we have waited. Should the others not have found that cyst by now? I will leave you to your scheming, my friends. I am going to check on the others. My suggestion earns a hard stare from Kazki. Yes, she is right about my overworking, but this will hardly take a blink. An unsteady agreement is reached just through our wordless receptor movements. Alright. Back soon. Okay. There will be time for that at the celebration. So they're celebrating the creation of the spire. Interesting. Oh. Cool. A bridge from the dull vessel to the inner part of the spire? Polygonation? Node terminal. Responsive thought form recollection with unique scenery, central informational joint of the spire's many listeners and organs, one of several. Offers little control beyond status reports. I can toggle. While Bosco lifts bundles of glimmering veins tied together searching physically, Tozik accesses a nearby terminal for its connective cyst, presumably to locate the exact point of delay. Given the number of veins in this chamber, neither route seems particularly advantageous, but I have no better alternative to pose. I nearly step forward to help Bosco, but the space is so small that my attempt would only hinder him. Gekru hardly makes an effort to help either, striding around slowly. Her receptors twirl in such a way that I find myself bracing for a wry comment. Another fine example of Basnian architecture. Yes, with every vein in plain reach. You speak as if an Ekevix touch would be any better. Were this another featureless cube of a chamber, we would be prying the spire's flesh away for the very same veins. The pre-made mess does keep this simple. So flat is his comment that I can hardly tell if it is a joke. Still, a quiet laugh finds its way through each of us. But after some time searching, our goodwill fades. Bosco floats back to the vein bundles, now mentally searching for anyone he did not check. And subtle to those without great familiarity in jet receptors, Tozik grows frustrated. Are we certain the diagnostic cyst is in here? It has to be, but it is not leaving a clear enough mark on performance for me to detect. I am surprised that the grounds mind could even detect it. Though, it might only affect the true output. I may need to use a different terminal. Gekru rolls her head about, tired of waiting. What about inside the bundles? Her gaze fixes on a complicated bundle at the other end of the chamber, and gestures to it. Bosco goes to search it with his disconnected claws, particularly beneficial here. Though I sense that he does it mostly to demonstrate the futility. Yes, see, but they are typically attached to the outside. And that is a lot of surface area to... There's a quiet tap from one of his claw tips meeting with something hard. His receptors pull back in shock as he produces a small sphere from the bundle. The offending diagnostic cyst, recognizable with its small glowing temporary sigil. Velzy will rage. Inherited context. Common idiom. Velzy's narrative intent is defied, often in reference to unexpected fortune. That was a very good guess, Gakru. Yes, impressive. So, I win the wager? No. Bosco found it. What? But Akazet, decide. Bosco was the one to pluck it. Bosco laughs, working to replace the bundles he moved. Gakru's receptor twists into themselves with the slightest frustration. Come, tidy the center. Festivities await. Fine. Then we both lose, Tozik. Fine. Though he is silent as he undoes his work with the terminal, Tozik's free receptor stands with the clearest amusement. Notice, stream continues. Kazki's dual vessel. Return. I wonder if there's anything I'm missing. Okay, I've gotten some.
It's 1:30.
The proceed right there. Okay, nothing left to scan. Gathered again in the vessel, our interim task complete. The rest of the flight is quick and uneventful. Movement slows once more, and a gentle thump signals our landing. Landed not far from the shore. There are a lot of ground parasites here, ahaha. Could not get closer safely without harming them. Aw, how considerate. But your destination is very close. Thank you! Come on! The vessel's hatch opened to cool, humid air, and we set out. That is a bright cousin. On Kaski's vessel? When could they have gotten on? No, something is wrong about them. That is no cousin. They are unmoving, unusually tall. And it makes me feel sick, starved. I clutch my head and step back, a larval nausea crawling through me. Hello? Who are you? You should not be in here. She fixes her gaze upon, or through me. With them within any eyes. You're really making a mess of things. Me? Of what? There's nothing to be done, I suppose. A parasite will grow in any flesh it finds. Inherited context, common idiom, all are governed by their immutable nature. I move to take another step back, but there are no feet. There is no floor here. I feel the walls melting away. I feel it all crawling back. The dark, the silence, the teeth and cilia. I cannot think with all this noise. What the hell? How? Her being here is spiking incoherence in a pretty terminal way. This memory is going to collapse if she's here much longer. Are you talking to me? I understand you're trying to help, but you're a giant stumbling around in our world. The wrong move will kill us. If you're after what I think you are, that great big thing at the bottom, then the darkness can't be allowed to fade. Cultivate it where you can. Big thing? You know what I'm talking about. I can't be out here. We'll talk later. Attention, thought form activity detected. Attention, resources removed. A claw rakes across the back of my mind. I am afraid? No, I am fine. What am I thinking? What was I doing in here? The others, they are waiting for me outside. Okay, it's stabilized. How polite. But there isn't really anything left for me to draw info from now. Looking back at the logs, it had some sort of weird incoherent balance that the other things do. Just a lot heavier overall. Like, its presence was enough to start causing a breakdown. Do you think it's telling the truth? Hard to say, but this is the first time any thought has acknowledged what we've seen. Really seems like she was implying something was Velzy, right? That was pretty direct and cogent. And it's the biggest thing we know of. From what I think. Well, we need to recover memories and repair shit with Fun. But it's sounding like we need to balance it out with the ecosystem that's developed. Even if it's just to keep whatever Velzy is intact. The more I'm learning about it, the more important it seems to whatever really happened here, you know? So, yeah, probably. At least a little. Okay. What do we know about it? It seems like this was the exact thought form, signature-wise, as the director in the city. Maybe we go talk to her again? Get more info? Okay, that's mysterious. We have someone stalking. The stalker. Anything here? Actually, I just realized, let me go into... If I... Of course not. Whoa, okay. I joined the team outside, following their weaving through dense, bright parasite crowds. In short time, we reached the clearing, surrounded by fauna, with a fine view of the spire. Celebratory light bulbs hover in the air around a small central simulacra bar. A comfortable number of crew partake. The most familiar receptors from away teams and constructors. One particular golem catches my eye, mingling with the crew. That thing? There seems to be a bright cousin present, surely part of a scattered group. Whoa! So this is after first contact. This should be interesting. Ah, but there are matters to which I must attend before all else. I would like a drink. Auxiliaries. Away teams and branches of support. The many limbs of the Call Research Initiative. That's a lot of people. Cool. Oh, that's a spire in the distance, with many dull vessels. That's an A. I don't know what the other two symbols are. Oh, it's Malvi! Responsive thought form recollection, reconstructed signature context, equivoc, geometric influence. Vel receptors folded sharply. Depiction of utilitous additional arms, identification tapestry, self-designed signature. Par Akiva practice, illustrated with purpose. Non-religious. Malvi here? Let alone beyond the base of the spine? Such a rare occasion. It is only through the collective that we have spoken since the early gazes. I approach with unrestrained curiosity and delight. Malvi! You called out of the embassy by your own volition? Malvi's head twists in the air to observe me. My body otherwise unmoving. ARCHIV. Archival. Receptors locked in an idle twist, with no reaction to my approach. As unreadable as ever. Any joy well hidden. Akizitesh. It was indeed my duty that brought me here. I thought to verify some aspects of the spire physically. Of course, your dignitaries could not leave me to my business when they saw my vessel, and so I have been pried away, forced into the celebration, rooted here as a young Valk trapped in a resting herd. Malvi's receptors drift down with sadness, even in their complex twist. Of course, restored with a formerly hidden simulacra raised from two claws. If it were not for my familiarity with Gaku's acts, I would nearly have taken Malvi's disappointment seriously. Really, there was no better excuse to leave the connection efforts in the hands of my assistants. I laugh, for seeing Malvi in such light spirits is so rare. Though we are not truly familiar with one another, we have always had a quiet, shared understanding. Both Vel, managing a great initiative, both rarely able to demonstrate the spark of Velzi within us. By my own volition? What a hasty assumption to make. Are you not here by your own volition? Well, if not for my team's joined arrival, I would have lingered just a blink longer at the embassy. Just to ensure that... Ridiculous. Malvi's head rolls slightly in the air. It is true what they say about you, Akizitesh. And what is that? I try to suppress my surprise. I actually do not know what they say. Of course, this could be another subtle jest. But who better to know than the arbiter of our operational omniscience? You cannot help but manage far too much at once, far too quickly. But I do it well, do I not? All the things I manage? My receptors curl inward with slight shame. Who would spread such a sentiment, huh? Akizitesh, do not look so glum. If it were truly a problem, you would not be where you are. But if it is clear to even me, then it will fall to Velzi alone to have you met with a proper break. While we may be tireless in death, there is no need to sprint forever. All knowledge will be ours in time. The tension in my curl fades. That is true, Malvi. Yes, I will try to relax. How very strange to hear all this from an archivist. Strange? Hardly. My wisdom and knowledge are infinite. Malvi does not veil their jest. Now go. Do not disappoint me. Farewell. I wonder what happens if I... Of course. Vakor's proxy? Whoa, okay. Recollection, a mixture of distant limb and echo. Periodic reconnection to original mind. Let's talk to Kazki. Oops, sorry. Kazki lingered near the auxiliaries. Inherited context, extended call research team, partial translation, implied closest cultural equivalent. Some jovial conversation concluding just as I approach. Never one to stay unoccupied for long, she is upon me quickly. Aki! Zet. Of course, already artificially intoxicated, enough to notice immediately. The glowing simulacrum in one claw, clearly to blame. Hello, Kazki. I see you are taking to the occasion well. Yes. I always loved meeting with the auxiliaries. This group here, you know, Kiriku's subdivision. They were the team who composed the seed for the polygonation spire. The seed and vein system. Both duties. I affirm my receptors bemusedly, for this is all familiar to me. She says it as if I were not the one who made it so. You know, Aki, they really look up to you. That is why they let you saddle them with so much work. To me? Nonsense, Kazuki. They surely thought the honor of working with Bosco. I merely provided direction and oversight, while Kazuki Other Claw interrupted me by swooping underneath my head where a larval neck might lay. Then gripping and raising it quickly to her eye level. My claw snaps up for it in sock as if she might toss it away, but of course she does not, so I relax. Though the flustered displeasure is still clear in my receptors. Quiet, Aki, they do! You always act like you're not doing anything. Just because our work is often slow and quiet does not mean it is unnoticed. It is clear to everyone how hard you are pushing forward, especially in so slow a field. And if you do not believe yourself, for I do know how you tend to think, believe me then, yes? I am shocked into silence by the sudden praise. Yes, I have heard the sentiment. It has inspired a warmth in my heart before. But to hear it so insistently, with no space for dispute, it is affirming in its own new way. In this blink, she pulls my head closer to hers, as if listening for the slightest whisper from a communicator. Hello? Did I not disconnect your... I did not disconnect your head, did I? Enough of this teasing. I snatch my head from her claw, settling it back over my shoulders with a sharp twist. Yes, fine. Yes, Kazuki. I do appreciate the reassurance. If the occasion arises, pass on my appreciation, will you? Yay, good. A distant group of auxiliaries catches sight of us both, waving eagerly. Oh, hi, Tuva. Excuse me, Aki, we will celebrate more soon. I should finish my rounds. Kazuki scurries off to mingle with them, their loud chatter flowing easily. Velzy was unusually kind to lend us such a tireless tear. Okay. Whoa. This thing is facing me. Well, let's talk to Rakoa's proxy. Sorry, water break. As I approach, it quickly becomes clear. This is no simple golem. It is Rakoa. Wow. Did she really obtain a proxy just for this occasion? Man. I should not be so surprised. She does like to keep up with our work, even if it is hardly the most demanding of her, compared to materials or maintenance. In fact, that may be why. Regardless, the golem stares at Kavik as he spouts spirited questioning. It only bears a sigil, no receptors to reference, so whatever she is feeling is unreadable. So cool, how often does it resynchronize? For this one, every few blinks, unless my mind is occupied otherwise. Time period, numerous within links. Man, I want to see the full body. Wow, and it is not disorienting? You must not be familiar with my role. Sometimes I am issued corrections from my primary mind, but it is no less disorienting than occupying clawfuls of golems and organs. Rakoa's voice, imperfectly replicated, carries an uncharacteristic patience. Normally she is so eager to end the conversation and return to some distant work. It is truly refreshing to see her like this. Even if it is only partially her. Hello, Kavik. And Vakoa, it is an honor to have you. In a proxy golem, no less. Exotic. Oh, hi, Akizet. Hello, Akizatesh. Yes, it seemed a pleasant occasion to drag this out from beneath eyes of dust. It is believed, I believe it was reserved for council visits from beyond the continents. But better implementations were made for them. So this is something of a relic. The golem raises a gauntlet, twisting it in the air to demonstrate. Its joints, both here and in the dull plane, are rudimentary. Then it gestures to Kavik. Oh my goodness, we got Kavik's full first name. Kavik Cormac was expressing interest in trying it himself. Really? For what? Processing twice as much archival data at once? Discussing the merits of call interpretations with myself? I really have no idea what purpose it could serve with us. It just seems like a fascinating paradigm to try out. Are you familiar with the proxy resynchronization process, Akizet? Akizet? Only at a surface level, my friend. Let me hear about it once on our trip back, yes? I would rather not get caught up in a long conversation where there are so many crew to greet. Still, his receptors raise in delight at the clear invitation to explain at length. Aha, of course. Though, I do wonder, Vakoa, are you able to relax using that? The constant stresses of groundsmindery escape none of us. Interesting question. Yes, Akizatesh. Its mind operates separate from my own except for brief overlaps. And so, this self has no reason to worry about the work elsewhere. Allowing its memories of calm to soothe my true mind as they are exchanged. Really, it is very pleasant. I may have to employ it more. I agree. All of us would, I'm certain, with how much you carry. Physical groundsmindery fatigue may be a distant larval problem. But we sometimes do worry. Do not worry over things you hardly know, Akizet. But I appreciate your concern. In other matters, the Northern Hemisphere auxiliaries wanted to speak with you. Bleep. Missing entity. Was rather intoxicated, so I assume... Oh, is this Kazuki? So I assume it was more about sharing congratulations. Ah, yes, I have been looking for them myself. Perhaps we are just barely evading one another. I should find them. Farewell, my friends. Until you return, Akizatesh. Keep Velzy entertained. Common phrase, religious implication, implies wish for safe journey. Yeah, I've gone through it already, right? Whoa. That's a range. Okay. Bosco? Bosco gazes idly at the research segment's newest victory. Oh, I need to adjust my glasses. Newest victory atop the water. He grasps a pale simulacra, his receptors flattened outward. Content. Just as they say, immovable as an immovable stone. Common idiom, a cave at rest is an immovable stone. Autonomous vessels hover near the distant spire, occasionally shifting in position. Likely conducting tests of its dual plane function. Bosco! I expected to see you drifting about. Have you tired yourself of the gathering so soon? It is the other way around, Akazet. The auxiliary construction teams, they have seen enough of me in these recent gazes. All they needed from me was a declaration of good work, and a promise not to hear from me even once until our next project. Did you gnaw at them so constantly? His receptors raise in amusement. I should spare you the gruesome details, Akazet, but I guided them all as if Velzy's claw were feeling for cracks every blink. They are used to it, though this one was just slightly more arduous. I do hear sometime that you are, more than expected for a Vaznian structural overseer. Ha! I have heard it myself, Akazet. The teams have Tozik to thank for that. You know well how his comments can inspire doubt in the most basic of foundations. In fact, we have him to thank for foreseeing a drifting issue. This spire much resembles a half-submerged Velk as a result. The initial design proposal from many stairs prior is still clear in my mind. Inherited context, time period, grouping of contiguous unbroken gazes, length varies by season. If only for its controversial reception and hard-won approval. Let me reread that real quick. The initial design proposal from many stairs prior is still clear in my mind, if only for its controversial reception and hard-won approval. Glad as I am, proud as I am, we may never have to deviate so much again. May we never have to deviate so much again. Yes, may Velzy be so kind, my friend. Let's get a drink later. Let's talk to Tozik. A common sight, Tozik appearing to ignore Gakfu, while she chatters on about something in a subtle attempt to provoke a rare response. I start to approach, but the sight inspires a quiet discomfort. A sort of distant, unwelcome envy. She finds way to eschew the emotional weight of our tasks, yet makes the same progress, or even more than expected. In a state of play as we toil together. A muddled reflection of the early eyes of my deathly work. Is it my role as director that has bled the light from my teeth? Idiom combination, Vel's speech channel, Velzy's wit, light bled away as a loss of Velzy's favor. I really must listen to Kazuki more. It is not as if the call will quicken at her request. Hey, Akazet. What? Oh. I suppose I did stop nearby. What am I doing? This is a celebration, no place for such thoughts. My receptors relax in a joyous greeting. Gakvu, Tozik, my friends, enjoying yourselves? Perhaps too much. Well enough. It was good to meet with the auxiliaries again. Yes, I imagine it must have been nearly an eye since you last spoke directly. In our chamber, it is too easy to forget the larger efforts at our back. Oh, enough about all of that. Akazet, I was encouraging Tozik to try the Vaznian simulacra. She gestures to the display along the sides of the simulacra bar, a playful twist showing both in her receptors and voice. Such a variety within our claws, and yet he shuns them, especially the food. Can you believe it? Any recommendations? My attention shifts to the selection. Many of these were suggested by flesh-nostalgic Vaznian auxiliaries. Flavors of drink and food drawn from obscure corners of the continent. The food simulacra especially are a rare sight, invoking both the sensation of taste as a common simulacra might, and the feeling and texture between teeth. without ever needing such features to be manifested. Though, I only recognize a single new Fall Feast variant. Celebration of Elkfall, inherited description generated noun. Still fitting for the occasion, and well worth trying. Well, if you like the sort of, not necessary, Akizet. Gakru laughs at his abrupt, tired delivery. Do not let Gakru deceive you, Akizet, for neither she will try them. Really? Immediately, our shared suspicion settles on Gakru, whose receptor curl back coyly, accompanied with a short chuckle. Oh, Akizet, I have simply done all the research I need already. I may picture these gruesome meals in great detail without their direct memory. What? Do you both have a distaste for Vaznian cuisine? Distaste? Hardly, Akizet. It is inspired, artful, in a way, how Velkvain fit into nearly every aspect of the Vaznian diet. Yes, I find the many varieties fascinating. In the same way I might regard a pile of mismatched, half-digested bones left in a Velk's path. How did that get there? What is that shape? Again she laughs, even wringing a small movement from Tozic receptors. She jabs at memories she will not even briefly entertain. For a blink, I am frustrated, but in the next I realize she has changed targets in her prodding from Tozic to me, where Tozic might simply shun her. Where Tozic might simply shun her in defense. I know well how to retaliate. Aha, I see. I suppose you were the type to prefer it all pre-processed by a tear's acid, Certainly we could see Uzg. Common Erkovic cuisine, nutrient ingot. Uzg, simulacra in the hands of every auxiliary, were they available. Ha! Akizet, that is a deep recollection. I am impressed. The last I recall of those was in my larval youth. Did you ever visit Ekova? Only after my death, I fear. Only after my death, I fear. Some eyes before I left for Earth. Visiting a friend I had made over the collective for sightseeing. The larval population of her cave city still prepared Uzg. Uzg. That's how you say it? I don't know. In far more palatable flavors and textures than their ancient inspiration, but I suppose it looked to me as the more desperate Velkvain meals look to you. Gakru nods, her assault upon my patience shelved for curiosity. Though I noticed Tozic has twisted away, distracted himself. She is quick to follow my gaze, adopting her Vel's mask once more. Inherited context, irony, cultural reference to use of masks in performance, occasionally said to be stuck on. Has this talk of Usk soured your appetite further, Tozic? Just the orange simulacra will do. Gakru's quiet laughter is reinvigorated. Alright, enjoy the festivities, my friend. Sure. Mobile Simulacra Dispensary. Recollection of unique scenery similar to a deployed fire seed, though temporary. Unfolds and fixes into loose soil with tendrils. Hey, right. Let's grab something to drink, shall we? Oh, a selection of varied flavors and textured memories. Hi, Interloper, this is Fun Friend. I could not locate the others within the memory. I will fill them in later, but she did order the orange. I fetch an orange juice simulacra. I need a sip. The simulacra stays the same, but taste registers clearly. Yep. Mmm. Hey, Melby. Watch me sip. Mmm. I am sipping my simulacra. Hey, Kavik. Look at my simulacra. Damn, Akazet is freaking short, man. Boyfriend? Yep. Now, I'm gonna inspect this guy. Dignitary. Incoherence detected, degraded visual profile. Looks quite curious. Approach. The bright cousin at the simulacra bar has drawn some curiosity, mine included. One of a few local dignitaries involved in this long process, invited to celebrate both its completion and the fortune it will bring. So, if you're this Echo, do you have the same memories? Do you think exactly the same, like as the person you were based on? His voice is almost interrogative, the sign of an idle curiosity becoming more. So, before the others hovering nearby can take this chance to seize his ear, I coil my receptors with a quiet chuckle, drawing near innocently, as if I were merely approaching for a simulacra of my own. But truly, I might want to help explain. It always is the same questions with the bright cousins and our constructs. No, Tao. The boyfriend's answer comes quickly, delivered in a pleased tone, as if this would satisfy the cousin. Of course, after a delay, he exhales in a scoff. You should try to limit your questions, my friend. The core of these service constructs are quite simple. Tao is your name? Yeah, and you must be a Kizatesh? My translator core operates at a slight delay in deciphering my name. It must be an unusual pronunciation for the local dialect. Still, he does well, and with a noble smile. We shake hands. You may call me Akazet, Tao. And you are curious about the boyfriend's mind? Akazet, cool. It's interesting, but I was more curious about the fake drinks and food you have here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who could that be? Blank was asking about it, and what did I just... Huh? I mean, Blank, that's not... Oh, it's Lucid. There was someone I came here with. I'm not sure where she went. I don't... Anyways, the drinks? The drinks? Weird, that was an incoherence spike. Self-stabilized, so not a big deal. Surprised there aren't more given where you fished this up from. I laughed, about to explain as Kazuki approaches with Gakru in tow. They were nearby, chattering about something else, but were drawn in by the novelty of a cousin at a simulacra bar, too. Oh, Tao, you want to try one? I have no idea if they would even work for you. A familiar giddiness rings in her voice. An artificial intoxicant, likely citric acid, set quite high. Yes, I imagine that you should try one. Here, try mine. Gakru hands him a simulacra with an unfamiliar hue. One of the more exotic ones being offered here. Her receptors twist deviously, unabashed, knowing the cousins cannot decipher the meaning of the movement. Tao smiles, muttering some thanks before turning it over in his hands. He prods and pulls at its wobbly surface, baffled, before bringing it up to his lips in a fruitless sip-like movement. Then he tries to bite it half-heartedly, recoiling at the first contact with his tongue, face twisting, hissing through his teeth. Gakru and Kazuki suppress their laughter expertly. I am not so adept. Jesus! Inherited context. Name of well-known religious figure taught once by a cousin of its taboo and profane nature. Does speaking it incite his wrath? Perhaps his eye turns upon them when it is spoken. What? Did I do it wrong? Come on, how do you do it? As entertaining as it is to see him sputter, there is still an unspoken rule of kindness towards the cousins. Gakru knows this well and needs not even be prompted. Forgive my trickery, Tao. I could not resist. There is no bite or sip, though we often make that motion. When it makes contact with our external senses, a connection is made, basically a brief memory transfer, just enough to simulate the flavor and experience of a single sip or bite. She gestures to me to demonstrate, and so Tao hands the simulacra over. I start to bring it up to my face, but why is there still that devious twist in her receptors? It only grows more intense in response to my suspicious glare. So I am hardly surprised when, after a sip, my receptors suddenly twist in discomfort. Some sort of foul fermented flavor, shocking even in this charitable memory from an enjoyer. One of the outer Vasnian acquired tastes, I imagine. My face remains flat, even smiling slightly as my receptors writhe in response. Huh. So, is it good? See her receptors? She loves it! Yeah, exactly. Calmly, I set the simulacra on the bar top, nodding slowly. The two hide their own entertainment from the cousin well. Briefly, they turn to the topic of some specifics of the spire before departing. But I am distracted by the internal process of purging that simulacra's memory. I will have my revenge. Echoes. I always enjoy introducing bright cousins to our concepts, and so I catch the cousin's attention again. Tao! You're curious about the boyfriend too, right? Yes? Oh, yeah. It's just like a person, or an AI pretending really well. It told me a little about echoes being an imprint or something, but how does it work? It can't be a copy, right? Cannot be? Why not? Ah, it is clear enough in his voice. It is the depths that drives his curiosity, and forms the uneasiness in his tone. Truly, he wonders why it is content to stay in its role indefinitely. My gaze drifts away, receptors slowly ringing in thought. It can be, but that is not the entire view. A jut in the echo-making field can explain this better, but as I understand, for these simpler service echoes, a baseline is taken, and I suppose you could say it is pared away, like removing the unwanted skin and tendrils of a fruit, until all that is left is what is required for its function. Then, it is given layers of limits, domain knowledge, guidance, creating a mind in the shape of a person, as you say. One that may even be very familiar to the original obelisk, but without the underlying structures, experience that give the original their shape, and often without many of the processes that may once have been utilized. Does that make sense? A somewhat derivative and tired explanation, but one I am pleased to deliver. So I will focus on Tao, remembering to give a small smile. But he's distracted, exchanging a stare with the boyfriend. It takes me a blink to understand the shape of his face, one unfamiliar to me. Yeah. It is plain in his voice. I may have only unnerved him more. But perhaps my knowledge of the process is outdated. I am among some of the older crew, you understand. So maybe it is better left to a jut. Or perhaps a tier who may guide you to one with just the right knowledge. Sure. Thanks, Akazet. Such an interesting update. I freaking love this update, man. Time passes and the sky grows darker as the sun leaves us. Inherited context, the screaming eye that reared the bright cousins, requires ocular manipulation to directly observe. Yep. Many crew have departed already, and my team has found one another near the simulacra bar. Content in having met so many distant friends again. Without our auxiliaries, such a scale could never have been reached. Surprisingly, that bright cousin lingers as well, and naturally is engrossed in conversation with Kazuki. But our slow reunion has caught her attention, and they draw close, as I am inspired to speak. My friends, allow me one last blink to voice our triumph before we depart. The work we have done on this bright world is staggering. Truly, the network of spires we have built, the dedication and resources earned with our progress, evasive as it seems. The call's truth rests closer with our claws than it has ever been before. May we one day solve this mystery together. The spread of receptors before me rest with contented agreement. Even Gakfu, who I thought might interject with some jest, has nothing to add. Just as I might continue, I am cut short by an unexpected flash of light. We are left somewhat dazed, frozen, as if it were a sign of a predator beginning an attack. Gradually, we turn towards the source. The bright cousin, Tao, holding his communicator. A nervous stutter seizes his voice, intimidated by our silence. Ah, shit. Sorry, I forgot the flash was on. What? Oh, you were taking a photo. Inherited context. Exact physical memory of sight from specific angle. Fascinating bright technology. No memory drift in final product. Kazuki clasps her claws in excited realization. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, interruption. I thought the person was going to return again, the briefcase head. Bright cousin communicators have a wealth of functions, little cameras included. Cousinly mechanism for capturing visual memory. Tao, will you take another photo for us? Come, everyone, come in close. Oh, where should we stand? Huh, fun idea. Bright pictures are just the one view, yeah? Right. Like a mural, Bosco. Or a window with a frozen perspective. I see. So, over here, let us stand before the spire and coast. Perfect. Kazuki beckons to each of us gradually, placing us expertly alongside one another by the height of our crew bodies. So naturally, I am in front. Wow, incredibly short. I did not feel the need to augment my stature with my... Right, so look at this little circle here and hold still. You can smile if you want. Usually we do that. My head spins above the pedestal of my neck, briefly glancing at the others. All imitate a cousinly smile to the best of their abilities. Kazuki's smile is, of course, the most practiced, and Tozik's receptor reflect a bracing for the flash. Okay, here we go. Quickly, I realign my head and stare at the communicator's camera. And after a short delay, there is a flash. The blink imprinted on the cousin's communicator. Sure to be in our claws eventually. Attention, memory stream end. Render terminated. Huh, alright. If you want to talk about any of that, we should do it before you leave the thought space. I'll hold off from transferring you if you want to chat now. Anything else on your mind? About this memory... What's up? Auxiliaries. What do you know about their auxiliaries? Was the call team that large? Yeah, it wasn't just the 6 of them, lol. Akiza and her team were generally understood to be the core of the initiative. Kinda like leadership, although I don't think all of them had the same level of responsibility. Hard to say since only Akiza and Kazuki made public appearances, for the most part. Pretty sure auxiliaries is how they reference other specialized teams, though. Like for construction, cross-initiative, collaborators, that kind of stuff. I'll bet that's what most of them... I'll bet that's what most of the those non-interactive crew recollection in the embassy were supposed to be. And looking over your scans of them, they might have even played some minor active part in those memories once. But if Fun Friend had to wing it with repairing them, that's all totally lost now. I see. Have some questions. Let's hear him. I'll do my best. What do you know about echoes? This is one of those things I could talk too long about, buddy. But what you saw Akazet say is pretty much the whole deal. Absolutely fucked up ethical concerns aside, they're essentially the cheapest and easiest way to make an AI. Copy yourself, cut out what you don't need to fit it into a small cyst, and you have a smart little guy ready to do whatever you need. The Abesk didn't see any issue with this? Oh, sure they did. But it was just like a fact of life to them. According to some interviews and articles I've read, they get taught to internalize some wild stuff. Some version of you is probably going to be an echo someday. So just brace for that ahead of time. And it probably will be kind of nice anyway. It's total cultural cope. But if we got handed that same potential for infinite automation, in what essentially would be like a mixture of our Bronze Age and Industrial Revolution, we'd probably do the same thing. If thought forms can wake up and act like the ones in this cyst, do they know what they do with echoes that do the same thing? Do you know what they do with echo? Do you know what they do with echoes that do the same thing? Yeah, actually, this is a popular subject pre-collapse. Once the way echoes work broke the news, it was all over the place. The opinions I've read from various Abesk was a little varied, though I don't think they have one singular stance on the matter. From we'd fix them to we'd adopt them as a child. For the most part, despite what the Abesk do, they don't really seem to see Echo as lesser or anything. They're still treated with respect and reverence. Probably because they all know there's some portion of a real person in there. So I doubt they'd just kill one. The whole deal is still a big philosophical and moral debate topic. We've been getting closer to using that paradigm every day. Echoes are still leagues ahead of what the best AI can do right now. The only thing stopping Mindside from trying it is the inevitable public backlash. I see. That's it. Huh. Cool. Okay. There's a few things left to do. The call memory hole code and talking with Akazet, the real one, again. Hey, Akazet. The thought form's suspicious attention's already upon you, silently waiting. Something about it is deeply tired. Feels deeply tired. You... history. Can you tell me more about what happened to you? What happened to that memory? The thought base tenses alongside the thought form's mind. You feel its presence pressed threateningly against yours. I could ask you the very same question. Curl into themselves barely contained rage. You seek to pry information from me. Yet all I have from you in exchange is a vague assurance. What is the status of my ward? It's fine. It is fine? I should hope that is not all you have to say. Your memory is safe. It was placed back in the repaired embassy thought space, and it's called Better Times. I went through it myself. Did you? How is that? Another Akazet thought form was acting as the recollection locus. Recollection locus? What a peculiar description. Though I understand your meaning. What did you see? Akazet and the team celebrated a polygonation spire being finished. I assume Fun Friend filled in the gaps. It seemed pretty intact. Were they happy? Yeah, I think so. The thought form's attention suddenly grows sharp upon your mind. And what is it that happened at the end? The team had their picture taken by that human. Good. Good. Then I can trust you are not lying to me. Perhaps in time I might be able to experience it again myself. Yeah. But there was a weird thought for him. A distorted human with a briefcase full of eyes. Apparently used to be the memory of the FBX director. She said to not allow the darkness to fade. That the repairs are killing us and the great big thing at the bottom. Curious. That description sounds sort of familiar, though I cannot place the reason. Did she pose a threat to the memory? She left before anything happened. Only wanted to talk to me. I see. It is true that if Beyond the Darkness is Fun Friend's reparative territory, then many, many things that have adapted to the dark will perish should it disappear. I am not surprised that such an entity noticed the memory's movement. I imagine much beneath the threshold of darkness felt some rumbling. It would be more unexpected if there was no consequences. Though it is strange that she mentions the bottom. I've always sensed something laying in those crushing depths beyond any sane reach. It was simply never a concern of mine. But if that is all, then I am happy. Even if I must still verify its safety myself in time. You have done well, Interloper. Thanks. You. History? Can you tell me more about what happened to you? The thought space tenses alongside the Dolphin's mind. It quickly gave way to relief. You know well what happened, Interloper. The madness came, I awoke, I tore apart countless beasts and memories to protect my friends, or at least the memory of them. And then, they could no longer stand me. The thought form's attention draws away from you, silent. Its thoughts bleed into the space. Pain remains even now, the gaze repeated peacefully, uneventfully, with terrible shapes writhing at the edges of my perception. Faces and receptors of the auxiliaries vanishing before me. Crew entirely disappearing from the repetition silently. Their absence was the only thing I could recall as more was taken. And then, you feel its focus upon you. But there is more I can speak upon. I do not quite recall what it was that first truly awoke me. When I came to know the space beneath the stage, my true shape, beneath what may appear physical, what visuals present themselves, there is an endless writhing swarm of organisms working to create the illusion, fooling themselves into not perceiving the true nature of this world. Like myself, before that terrifying instant, when I could finally notice and acknowledge them, those twisted beasts gnawing upon everything. A pulsating rot weaving into the corpse of my memory, into half-eaten memories of my closest friends, alongside empty shells of lesser-known ones, the first to go. But no matter my panic, no matter how I tried to wake them, the others could not acknowledge me or the beasts. This is so much to take in. I'm not processing it. Even as they crumbled apart, forever forgotten. A ripple of rage passes through the thought space, and so desperate, I repaid the monster's shapes. I tore them apart, every one I could find. And though they tore more from me, I just kept going. Like the real Akazet. I only awoke from my frenzy until the rot was gone from the inside, where it was not long before I learned of the outside. The infinite madness, how to fight it, how to use it. What followed was a long journey, Interloper. I could never recount everything. In time, when it was all made so very safe, my own traps set and beasts made into guardian, I went back inside. The detached tiles of the render curve into themselves beneath the thought form's grip. I need not detail that ordeal again, but it inspired a long, long period of rage, a new trance where I could only seek and tear apart any scavenger I could find. I became so very cruel in my slaughter, in my endless consumption. It consumed me for far too long. If I may assume this strange place is not just some cruel extension of my madness, it was only you who finally awoke me from that nightmare. The tension fades. I am not sure whether to thank you yet, but the peace of this place, it does remind me of better times, and I do appreciate what you have done. That is all I will speak upon the matter for now. The wounds are still so fresh. This is great. Okay. Interloper, there you are. You caused quite a stir with that strange thought form you sent to us. Right. The interviewer. It clamored at our boundaries as if it fled a predator. Half shredded, pieces torn away completely, almost beyond reason. What happened to it, we must know. Something tore apart the thought space it was in. That Velzy I mentioned. I was able to go back to where it was and found it in the debris. There were entities I think were hostile too. They forced me out when I touched them. Ah, brave interloper. You must have been well within the uncosm by then. Thought bases can be chewed at, broken piecemeal, but to simply shred one apart like that? Nothing we know holds that much power. How could we have never seen this before? Perhaps this value of yours is a greater issue than we predicted. Yes, we will have to very watch for anything like it. As for the thought form you sent to us, we gave it to Isabel. She is skilled in thought form repairs, and so that is where it will be best served. And another time, it would have simply been another thought to consume, but replete in metals as we are thanks to you, we need not resort to that any longer. Okay.
It's 2:30.
Isabel will fix her. Hello? Meteorite. You heard anything about this meteorite thing Velzy destroyed the interview room over? No. Is this real? This thought one's completely mangled, dude. But she made me think about the situation some more. That version of Akazet in the interview, remember how Velzy tried to make her talk about a meteorite? She probably had no inherited knowledge of it. Excuse me. Especially since, as far as we've seen, the only mention of it was in the embassy. A completely different memory with its own thought space and inherited context, but it was still trying to get her to talk about it anyway? How did it not know that would only cause problems? All these Juxiozu thought forms. All of these Juxiozu thought forms seem to know how their world works. They made these mask things, they even seem to be able to change each other. Yet Velzy accidentally breaks shit, assuming that wasn't just a fear tactic early on. The only way this makes sense is if it doesn't know how thought forms work. But then how is it able to do so much? Like, it can control and change things, but didn't realize the memory lacked context? I don't know, something to think about. Don't know. Too much. This is already thing you can access. This is new content. The interview later isn't new context. So... okay, what I want to do is revisit that thing. Okay, right. The, memory hole, memory hole, memory hole. Right, I put it in the void. Let's check my examines to see if I have everything. Still stuff in the cache. Oh, must be the flower thing. The joy mask. Stuff I forgot to examine. Oops. The moon. Yep, I got everything here. Right, so cover the bases. We need to go into the depths. Is it the memory hole? Oops. I haven't done God yet, so. Memory hold code call. Whoa. Notice, memory stream located. Minds continued to brush against one another through the collective. Mine, then hers, then mine again, jetting wordless impulses and knowledge back and forth. Though she is far more active, sparsely allowing interjection. Not that I mind, of course, mentally fatigued by today's instruction. So you recall the great disruption some gazes ago, yes? Oh, is this the echo? The collective and dual voice and everything? Disruption especially for Ukazni Ozo, I imagine. Oh yes. Oh yes, it was bad. My whole study chamber almost detonated. I was designing this sustained connective pulse weapon where, okay, wait, before I get into that, yes, the disruption. Lots of research devices paused or broke down badly, very badly. So much time wasted on recalibration and manual filtering. Oh, I hate. Because of this new presence in the dull that is so noisy and everywhere. Eyes and eyes of dull pattern training, useless. I am met with a clear impulse of her stout receptors pressed against her mind. Claws digging into her face, teeth grit, barely holding back a frustrated screech. Of course, she is exaggerating for comedic effect, for she still holds an excited tone. Have you actually heard about what it is, actually? Where it is? Why it is? Not yet, my friend. My work hardly concerns the dull. There's not the thing. Something else. Only murmurs have reached me. Oh, good then, I can tell you. At first we all thought someone broke the dull plane somehow. It is like a loud noise. I mean, noise does not exist in the dull plane, but you know that is easy to compare to it, considering. Anyway, most dull devices filtered it automatically because it is a core fundamental that things that do not make sense are ignored for most devices. But we like that here. We collect what does not make sense, and so we have been looking at it constantly since it started. And it is still going, so loud and strong and no sign of stopping. Still cannot make sense of it, but so many new initiatives are springing up in Ukazni Ozo, and I think one in that shore city and... Oh! Blank. You should get started... you should get one started in Old Tasni. My internal impulse is to laugh... my internal impulse to laugh is transmitted far faster than any external manifestation. Blank. I have quite enough to handle with this current clutch of Vel. So much more distracted than any who have come before. Maybe when they can hold their own on the surface, I could pivot? Perhaps with Blank's assistance. I imagine he must be fascinated by this matter as well. Though, it has been hours since I last spoke to him for longer than a moment. Perhaps he will even have forgiven me by now. Oh, yes, okay, no hurry, it is not going anywhere. Whenever you want to start, I am here. I can help get you up to date and transmit listener designs and... notice memory stream terminated. Oh man. Alright, next thing up, I want to go back to the city. I need to... Actually, I don't remember... What's past this door again? Oh, okay. Right, it's the interview room. I get it now. Hello. Okay, I know that there's something in the city, but I need to, like, look for it. But first, I want to meet with the person first. You said we'd talk later. When is that? The director holds a communicator to the side of her face, expression twisting with impatience. Oh, you're still here? The team is waiting for you, Akazet. Huh? Oh, yes, right, apologies. Farewell, director. I turn to leave, the director speaking indistinctly to her device as I go. What was I saying? Right. I'm not ready to involve you in this project yet. I've been trying to help push you in the right direction, but you really weren't supposed to hear about any of this so soon. But we're not opposed. What I'm doing will get you what you want. You're talking to me, right? What do you mean by that? You'll help me repair and gather information? Figure out what happened? Her voice, quiet as I near the door. Yeah, basically, I could help you a lot more than the idiot above me. I don't need to tell you. Oh, right. They're double speaking. Yeah, basically, I could help you a lot more than the idiot above me. I don't need to tell you how stubborn and inefficient they are. Even if I'm constantly getting grilled for what we're doing out here. If they knew what's going on now, it'd be one hell of a spectacle. Don't misunderstand, though. I do trust you. I'm very interested in what we'll be able to do together. Until I can get you in, just keep this between us, off the record. If word gets out, nobody's going to be happy. What? A strange conversation. Her voice drops further, beyond my ability to hear. The incoherence here is all over the place. Not bad enough to cause issues, so I think some part of this conversation was real at some point. The director is just barely avoiding causing any sort of memory failure. Not just with how she's talking, but even with the weird connectors. All of it's so carefully made and hidden. Blends right in with all the other damage. Really easy to miss if you weren't looking for it specifically. What do we do about this? Well, it's not just me, right? She's gotta be talking about Fun Friend. And with how she's acting, she must be hiding from him specifically. Not that out of the ordinary given what we've seen, I guess. You could tell Fun Friend, but I don't know what he'd be able to do. It's not like we really have a motive or any damage to point at here. Maybe we just leave it? See what happens? Up to you. Okay. Right. Huh? What in the world? Okay. Where'd the moon go? So there's one more thing to scan here. What's that thing on the top right? You see that? The 5-eye thing. Oh. Conflicting memory sources. Fairy. Okay, I guess we have another code. Oh wait, hold on. I saw Moth. Moth, what do you have to say? Looks like this must have been during a solar eclipse. They'd go up here. They'd go up there to watch too. Oh. Looks like this must have been during a solar eclipse. I'd go up there to watch too if it was that easy. About this place. Lunar eclipse. You said solar eclipse? Yeah? I'm pretty sure that's what this is a memory of. The Earth is bigger than the moon. Okay, obviously. What about it? That makes it a lunar eclipse. Dude, we're seeing the sun from the moon with the Earth in the way. The sun is eclipsed. It's a solar eclipse. Right? That's what a lunar eclipse is. What? Okay, hold on. Isn't a lunar eclipse when Shit, I guess I had it backwards. Alright, well, noted. What is that thing they have on the moon? That's their main contrivance anchor. Still up there today, actually. Interestingly, according to lunar satellite data I've been following, it basically gets more direct OBEX ship traffic than Earth at this point, lol. We don't know too much about the specifics still, but it lives up to its name, keeps the contrivance pulled along somehow. Allegedly, the contrivance doesn't have any sort of gravitational presence, so it's necessary. I do know it keeps the thing floating away over the sun's orbital plane. Out of the way enough to not be a problem, close enough to allow for reasonable travel. Pretty sure there's only been one instance of an asteroid even getting close to it. Cool. So that's what this is. That's what that glow is. Pretty. And that's gigantic also. That's like absolutely massive. Fairy. Notice memory stream located. Nearly a spire length from the ground, far above the surface vapors. I continued to climb higher, higher still, rending the soft flesh of my carrier. Claws caked into Velk's fast congealing blood, growing dull and numb in the bitter shore wind. The pack assists the Jut have assigned me to carry weighs heavily, yet the weight of my eyes, my legs, my arms have all grown far greater. When was it I last slept? With the sparse herd, with clear sky and direct gaze of Velzi's eye, I am at least unlikely to meet any surprise. So the time has come to rest. How I wish I could simply rest in the Zappel, but little space was spared for comfort, instead taken by vital knowledge cysts. Nearing the top of this carrier, I draw spikes from my suit, stabbing them in a neat array, securing them to my tethering harness. Finally, I draw the one comfort I am afforded, a Velkist. Inherited context, long thin platform with curved and sharp hook, often carried upon back, impaled into Velk flesh to form temporary seat, body weight used to keep fixed in place once hooked. And with a push off the flesh of the Velk, a swing upon my tether, its hook impales the carrier's flesh, curving into it, seat secured by my weight. Rest at last. Nearly limp am I in the tethers, resting upon this thin platform. The shore is too close to sleep. Illuzni just barely out of reach on foot. Raznian Cave City, secluded coastal region. So for now, I simply observe. The gaze of Velzi's eye as it swirls directly above, infinite stars beyond. Sparse Velk of this herd. Stomping across this desolate plain. Insultingly close beacon lights floating high over Illuzni. Inherited context, partial translation, inherited description generated noun, tethered high altitude glowing fears, signifies presence of cave city, too high for most predators to notice, may impress upon Velk the illusion of an obstacle. Glowing a soft violet that casts a haze in the damp, cold air. It is all a quiet beauty I am far too tired to appreciate. I nearly fell asleep. My carrier sways with a slow, thunderous step below, and as I stare up into the countless glimmering stars, already mysteries, poorly understood, except by the most eccentric Ukaznians. I noticed the strangest patch of darkness. Within it, a collection of a few larger glimmering spots. Yes, it moves different, distinct from the rest of the sky with the Velk step, yet still a part of it. So I sit forward, brief wakefulness stared into my eyes, staring close. Quickly, I draw my aim assist, hooking it to a receptor, releasing it into the air. It flickers a new sight into my mind, focusing further, and the darkness twists. The darkness twists. 5 glimmering pale lights in an arc. Previously upright, rotated now as if placed into the outer circle of a turning wheel. I see it. Breath escapes, my receptor coiling tight. A jolt through me, nearly displacing the Velkist. My movement disturbs the aim assist's focus, and I cannot find the patch again. I scan desperately. It was my imagination, no? I am tired. This is known to happen. I clutch my fairy ward. It spikes, digging into the leathery cover over my palm. I cannot stay here. Quickly I rise, pulling free from the Velkist. Removing tethers. I must leave. I must. Okay, that's a bit spooky. Okay, my mind is drawing a blank on where exactly I need to go next. Right, the city street. Because I entirely ignored the rest of the city street for the elevator. The thing that happened, you know? About the city, the slide room? What are those slides about? You can't read them on your end either, huh? Well, I guess the FBX really opened up to access, because that looked like some pretty serious info. Not the kind of presentation you'd give a meeting official. Oh right, I know, the slides in that dark room. Not the kind of presentations you'd give a visiting official. You wouldn't give them technical details. But just from what I can make out, oh man, we used to put the FBX motto everywhere. Anyways, a couple of those slides have satellite photography of the embassy and the contrivance anchor on the moon, alongside some maps, probably the Polygonation Spire or the Call's location. some signals intelligence stuff. That's probably us trying to detect the call. There's a few really interesting structural analysis of Obesktech 2. Obesktech 2. Why would we show Akazet that? Isn't that kind of revealing? Not really. I mean, the Obesk knew we were studying them. I can't hear myself, so I can't... Okay. Before they made contact, we even sent some drones to take samples of the embassy. Which obviously didn't work at all, lol. Maybe they were doing their own analysis with Akazet's help to get people up to speed. Obviously they were working on hybrid tech, so everyone involved would need a pretty thorough understanding. Speaking of, there's a couple of human-looking schematics in there. God, I wish Akazet's memories were like higher resolution. I want to look at the slides again, though. Questions? No. This is also fascinating. Also, you haven't noticed, they're changing on beat. See that golem there? There's so much here. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I missed this. Okay, I guess I've seen everything here then. Rod Watcher. Explicit purpose observation. No cohesion, malformed entity. A simple to error unprocessable cataloger. Internal context referencing third-party extension. Commonly used as a defense by newly awoken thought forms, sometimes unintentional, simple but effective. Hurts. This thought form lingers over a malformed one. Its representation in the render is still, yet you feel it moving beneath the surface. Prodding at the damaged entity below it, somehow. Hello? Its movement slowly ceases. You feel its attention upon you. Something presses against your mind's eye, and while concepts manifest as thoughts, it feels like they aren't truly intended for you. The audience, external force, alien to the grand stage, has been observed for the first time recently. This is a new dialogue. No attempt using any known method of communication. This is the TV, right? No. No attempt using any known method of communication has succeeded in gaining the attention of the audience. It is suspected to lack requisite sensory organs, precluding perception beyond standard coherent thought form presentation. This marks the first occasion in which the audience has succeeded in communicating. By mechanism which it has changed is unknown. Are you talking about me? Audience is us. External force, alien grand state, yeah. Is trying to talk to us. Are you talking about me? What are you? The thing draws closer to your mind's eye. Its attention pulls into itself. Rot Watcher. Duty within Cave City. Monitor for harmful growth. Study use of non-harmful growth. Partial translation implied closest cultural equivalent. Formerly predatory thought form. Presenting emergent lucidity and cognitive function. Self-assigned nomenclator predicated upon lost progenitor's knowledge. Suspected to be product of direct damage to purpose enforcement
It's 3 o'clock.
within delaminated spatial thought space, followed by mutation and mindless survival of undetermined duration. It is observed to wander, internally cataloging forms of deterioration and their products without interference. That's kind of useful, I guess. You focus upon the Rot Watcher. Why do you do this? Can you tell me more? It returns to examining the damaged thought form without answering. What about that thought form? What's up with this thought form? The Rot Watcher's attention is only briefly upon you, just long enough to transmit some meaning. Referentially sustained deterioration. Common condition within damaged lesser thought forms. Critically damaged thought forms may continue existence with minimal remaining material, due to physical referential tie made by their containing thought space. Sustained connection allows thought space organelles to provide resource and support unconditionally. A significant number of damaged thought forms may be sustained by one thought space. However, it is a large strain that often results in catastrophic thought space delamination. It is a common trajectory and outcome that has been observed in large quantity throughout the deterioration of the grand stage. However, the custodian's recent decision to disassociate most damaged thought form has reduced its frequency. Tell me about something else? Can you tell me about something else? You feel its curiosity bleed into your mind. The audience is observed to make requests to know more. This request can be fulfilled, though it requires that the subjected Rot Watcher relocates. When the audience accepts this condition, the Rot Watcher is observed to fulfill the request. Sure. Thought form activity detected in orbit. Cool. Wait, do they say anything different now? No. Dang it, man, I should have Unity'd it. Actually, I probably couldn't have. Yeah, you hurt, buddy. Push button for fish? Let me look elsewhere. God, there's so much content. We're approaching 5 hours of playtime. Vehicle stream crossing mechanism. Experiential bridge. Oh, bridge into a memory. Wait.
Block. Lock. Lock. Lock.
Oh, it's raining. Well, that was a bit scary. Common cousinly fauna reminiscent of Velk. That's pretty clever. Have the target itself rotate upon a point. Enclosed. Okay. There's Valk, but I've already seen that. Unique scenery. To sit calmly upon a surface like this is beyond imagination. The surreality of the cousin planet will never escape me. The center of the Cousins Park, not far from our destination. I am early, so I sit. The cold, gentle rain suffusing my disguised form. There is some organizational work that I could do while here, as there always is, but the rain, the fog, it is so familiar. Like a dream of that simpler past, riding Velk, hunting, without the weight of my duties or the madness of the hidden conflict on my shoulder. There is peace here, so I allow myself to feel as a larval obelisk might. This shifting body is not designed for sensory accuracy, but still, echoes are felt. I shiver, huddled into myself, pull this false cloth coat tighter. Not that it makes a difference, it is part of the body, carefully shaped corru.observer flesh. And so the rain slides off as if it were made of metal. I raise a claw, or a cousinly hand, I suppose, watching the droplets run off it unnaturally, shining in the fiery light of the stalk behind me. In this moment, meaningless in itself, instills such a longing to flee. Not from this night, this one moment of peace, but from the conspiracy suffocating my mind core. The path I tread to this moment has dispersed behind me, and I am lost in the complexity of it all. Entertaining the team, disappearing to work with the cousins, treading upon a thin branch. Even now, the storm is continuing our efforts tirelessly, its periodic updates consistently bearing progress. So perhaps it is not a path I walk, but instead a constant, hastening stumble that Velzy has pushed me into. It all feels so far beyond my claws, there's nothing for me to grasp. But maybe there's still time to change the course. Something... Eki? A voice from behind startles me, accompanied with a pattering of droplets upon stretched fabric. Isabel, carrying a thin half-dome to shield herself from the rain. Wow. How long has it been? She laughs a little, taking some steps closer. Are you just sitting in the rain? Isn't that uncomfortable? I should have mentioned something about bringing an umbrella. Oh, goodness. When I turn up to face her, I forget that this body adapts receptor movements into facial expression. So the joy in her face fades into concern seeing mine, which I only realize must be some distant despair. She sits quickly beside me, the rain shield now over both of us. Oh, are you okay? What's going on? With a quick shake of my head, I center myself, ridding myself of this haunting for now. Seeing her is enough to bring a smile. Yes, apologies. It is so good to see you, my friend. Ah, I suppose, like you say, I was thinking about work. It's still been that tough, huh? I get it. I mean, not exactly. I can't imagine it's that similar, but... Well, quit thinking about it, okay? We're both just going to forget about everything else tonight. I laugh and nod in agreement. Already, there is a sense of freedom in that shared void. Simultaneously, he pinches at the cloth of my coat, confused. How are you not soaked? Oh, right. This is... Yeah, right. Okay, good. I wouldn't want to walk in with a umbrella. And then you have... And then have you following behind me like I just left you in the rain. I do not see the problem. Intentionally being obtuse. She chuckles and stands, pulling me to my feet alongside her. Uh-huh. Okay, so Dee's waiting for us at the side door. That'll be our way in. Apparently it's going to be in a weird state because the aquarium's usually closed by now. But the big night event doesn't start for another hour or so. So all the other exhibits are still unlocked. She said the restaurant would be open too. It's for the overtime workers, but she told them we'd be coming. So we'll be able to see everything and get some food. I wasn't sure how that would turn out, but we got really lucky. Isn't that different from how the habitat usually operates? Well, it's not usually open at night, and usually they don't let people in during prep. So the main difference is how it's pretty much just going to be the two of us in there. It's usually pretty crowded, so this is special. Come on, let's go! Oh goodness. Degraded visual profile, missing resources, potential tampering. Yeah. If only Isabel... I didn't steal her away. What happens if I try to leave? Of course.
Wait. 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 Lock. 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 Lock.
Okay. Okay. That just does what it does. Whoa. We're walking. Aquarium. The entry chamber of this false habitat halts my movement, for I am gripped by similar visions of the past. Oltasny's central social chamber, adorned with banners of painted velkskin. Keeping an eye on my... Connective tunnels run along each wall, even bored into the upper chamber for climbing, each lit by their own uniquely dyed Yuzku globes. Some even hovering in the air. It is that very same grandeur, but spoken in a cousinly tongue, here. But by that same measure, it is mundane and static. So much of their construction is like this. Another testament to the... Heck is that? Isabel interrupted my marveling with a hand wiggled before my eyes. She restrains her laughter with a tight smile. My disguised skin must be conveying my awe in an unsubtle way. You okay? Yes, absolutely. Forgive me. I was distracted by the construction. Forgive you? You have to stop saying that. I'm just, I don't know, surprised. You've seen so much, and you got excited, and you get this excited at seeing a lobby? Haven't you seen the whole world at this point? Only from a distant view in the sky, Isabel. This place struck me with reminiscence. The lights, the banners, it's very shape-evoking festivals for my home. As I gesture forth for emphasis, another matter comes to mind. Where do we go first? There's still... Isabel checks her glowing communicator, pulled from an insulated pocket. The better part of an hour to go before they'll be ready to let us into the exhibit, I think. Even if we were getting special access right now, I think there's still some last-minute panic. Probably don't want us getting in the way. So in the meantime, we can go anywhere. We can go wherever. They're only going to close off the other exhibits for the public opening. And if anyone asks, I've got the magic words that'll make the staff leave us alone. Dee let us in. Yep, Dee's friend. Anyway, there's no wrong answer. I've seen everything in here, and it's all cool. Her smile brightens, and with a short laugh, she shoves me ahead with a little push to my shoulder. So, lead the way. Notice, non-contiguous memory stream. Notice, utilize entity, Isabel, to access location-based recollection. Whoa. The music's very mystical, too. The entry chamber of this false habitat halts my movement, where I am gripped by similar visions of the past. What has me central chamber... This is the same. Oh, it's a scrolling segment. Error, spatial damage, full render unavailable. Utilize manual control. Whoa. This is a neat adaptation of a damaged area. Countless. As we walk through these glass halls, I feel I should dart between displays, wide eyes, receptors raised, as perhaps that is what she expected, bringing me here to admire the countless fauna in their various shapes, comparing them to the sparse, waterborne life from home with breathless enthusiasm. They are strange creatures with their informational plaques, fascinating, but truly I am simply content in the peace and silence to be free of worry for just a blink with my friend and the fishies from the embassy. As we walk along, Isabel suddenly prods at my coat, which, as she well knows, is my skin, so she very quickly earns my attention, grinning down at me, silent. What? So bright is my mood in this moment that a small chuckle chases my query. Only then do I remember, yet again, that this body smiles for me, and I am nearly mirroring her own expression. It's weird seeing your face so, I don't know, active. I thought I was pretty good at figuring out how you were feeling by your receptors, but now I'm pretty sure I've been missing a lot of it. I feel my smile fade, torn down by a distant internal conflict. Is it weird? Did she say it with a smile? She did say it with a smile, though I know her to choose words carefully. My shift in expression, perhaps visible confusion, prompts her to laugh and continue. Akazet, it's cute. That's what I'm saying. I think I've seen you smile a few times like this. I think I've seen you smile a few times before, but not like this. You totally lose the stoic ancient alien facade. Is that how I appeared to you? Yeah. Along with every other Obesk. Except for the ones trying really hard on TV. I stop and examine Isabel's face, a thought coming to mind. The many movements of the cousinly face eludes me. Smiling is obvious, ubiquitous. Even a larval Obesk may smile slightly in moments of great delight, but in this instant alone there are countless subtleties I struggled to place. An uneven movement in her eyebrows, a slow inward curl of her lips. From the small sound she makes, a quick breath through her nose. That is all in line with the teething suppression of laughter. Delightfully common in her conversation, enough for me to recognize. But I must wonder how much else I have missed. My eye untrained. Yes, Aki? Ah, I've been staring. While my receptors would normally have signaled my pondering through a slow roll, this body has adapted it into an intense expression I am unfamiliar with. As soon as I am broken from thought, it is gone without a trace, Too soon for me to investigate, but it is surely what she was nearly laughing at. In my flustered realization, her laughter finally manifests. Apologies, I was merely thinking, there's much I have yet to decipher from your face as well. I do wonder how you might look with receptors. A branching pair, like this. I bring my hands, up to the side of my head, miming receptors. Last I heard, the false receptors initiative is now only somewhat invasive. All it requires is a few small incisions in the cranial. Okay, no. Let's wait until it doesn't involve drilling into my skull. Her laughter is infectious. The cousinly reservation over body modification is truly puzzling, Isabel. But I have observed your preference. I will pass word along to hurry their work. Cool. The clear arch above us brings the embassy's perspective projections into mind. Activity amongst the water fauna is surely reduced due to the time, but some shapes still wander through the habitat, their strange skin glimmering in the overhead light. I look up to my side, expecting to see Isabel observing larger ones passing overhead. Her eyes are distant, closing for long periods, then quickly blinking. Is she lost in thought? The motion is distantly familiar. No, she's tired. Her body is fighting for rest. Larval exhaustion. A feeling left so far in the past that it nearly inspires envy. Of course, her eyes refocus as they shift down to me, staring straight at her. What? Has the day treated you so poorly? Day? That's not what I intended to... The disguised skin must attempt to adjust language for me. Huh? What are you... Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. It's been a long one. We don't have to talk about it. Work stuff. We're here to forget all about it, remember? Clearly it weighs upon you, my friend. Would it help to speak of it? For a moment, the darkened hall is silent. Only distant and gentle habitat maintaining machinery echoes, burbling as a river would. Isabel hesitates to break her own rule, but my expression convinces her to pass the threshold. As she seats us both upon one of the archway's benches. Okay, just a little. Then we're back to ignoring it. Of course. So, I was working with a couple, and they wanted to do this big, fancy wedding this month. Like, covered in flowers, wanted some exotic ones that I had to source and import. We'd been planning it for months, and they paid an upfront fee, half the total. We talked about it all. Maybe that was stupid in hindsight, but the money was good. It made sense at the time. And today, I don't know, they cancelled it. Not the wedding, but the flower part. Wouldn't even tell me why. Had to run through and try to cancel orders, get refunds, but I was really relying on that second half to break even this month. Through her explanation, her eyes drift to follow shapes moving in the dark water. But even as I try my best to follow her story, her description of their commerce is quick to shake my understandings. The concepts are familiar, but their applications here... Frustrating. It is unjust for them to leave you without explanation. But what do you mean by break even? Isabel shakes her head, sighing, landing her gaze upon me without emotion. It's expensive here. You know, rent. For my store. For my own place. With a sharp exhale and chuckle, an incredulous smile twists out of her disappointment. Wait, Aki, you do have money back home, right? Do you get paid for your job here? I'm only just realizing that this has never really come up. I mean, I guess with Gordon back when we met, but that was different. She surely does not mean it in a way that I understand. For a moment, my attention drifts as I scour my mind for the right words. I've seen cousins exchange their currency plenty of times, yes, but the implications of this trade upon their lives had never set in. Oh, but Isabel has erupted in laughter. Again, my disguised skin has twisted its expression into one of intense, distant focus. Is it so funny that I struggle to explain? Yes, we did. Forgive me. Ah, there. I've said it again. Ha. It was not on an individual level, exactly, Isabel. It was only after Sphere has been, invented that we had a true currency to use. And even then, it was primarily for intercity trade. Before that, especially during my larval years, inherited context, phrase auto-translation and correction provided by body, function of disguise. We simply exchanged raw resources, food, or favors, for the same from other cave cities. I pause, but she expects me to continue. I see it in her fascination. What is it she seeks to know? Ah, yes. It is the inverse of my confusion that grips her. But on an individual level, these matters were irrelevant. The Old Tasni Council allocated resources where they were needed. Essentials were provided, and artisans might demand small trades or favors, but all work towards our common goal of survival and community. Even in my travels, most other collectives were the same. So prevalent is this that some suspect it to be an instinct in our larval minds. Today, our interstellar operation, like one... I need to reread. Today, our interstellar operations operate like one large collective, so... it is much the same, at least for laborers like myself. But I imagine the council must drive themselves mad with modern allocation decisions in all their complexity. I believe they have significant cognitive enhancements, or perhaps other automated tools, but I've never investigated in detail. I deliver this knowledge with a matter-of-fact tone, as it is true mundanity. These matters never occupy my mind, for I was never a trade runner. Yet Isabel absorbs every word as the bright parasites drink water. Far more awake, focused, but there's something about her eyes. Is this not what she wanted to hear? Huh, that's cute. These words pierce me, a compliment, though not spoken as one. Have I only worsened her mood? I almost wished it worked that way here, but it never would. We're all on our own, Aki. Pain bleeds through the nonchalance of her words. Shit. I should not have pressed her. One more little death to haunt me. I am sorry, Isabel. If she must hunt for her own currency, and she struggles so, perhaps I could help? Already, long-dead instincts spark within me. The urge to hunt. Surely the cousins must store mass quantities. Oh no. Akazet? No, please. Oh my goodness. Are you gonna rob a bank? Please don't do that. I mean... surely the cousins must store mass quantities somewhere. One cloaking skin, and oh my goodness. One cloaking skin and the right moves, maybe I could. Oh, or perhaps it could be manufactured. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Akazet, no! Don't print money! What are you doing? What are you thinking? No, it's not. I'm sorry too, Aki. It's just been a hard few months for me on the business side of things. Thanks for sharing that, though. It's always interesting to hear about your home. She coils an arm around my shoulder, pulling me into a half embrace, shelving my thoughts of the hunt. Shelving your thoughts of illegal crimes. I returned the gesture gently. She could use the comfort. It's weird how easy it is to forget you're from another world sometimes. Maybe things will work out eventually. It's been going pretty well so far, so I just need to hold out until you aliens fix everything, right? The tension is shed with some brief laughter between us. She is not wrong. It has always been the intention that we could help long term. But that crosses far past the boundary of what we ought to ignore for this time. And so, a silent moment of observation passes, our attention on the waters. We leave the topic behind happily. But her exhaustion remains an issue, something to be solved. I rise, and she joins me. Let us stop by that restaurant. That's not how you say it, Aki. But yeah, let's go. Oops, that's the wrong way.
It's 3:30.
So that's the entrance, and we're here now. We came in facing this direction. Oh, the restaurant is inside the museum? Oh, I guess that makes sense. We're having a late night dinner. Whoa. Dissected, seared fish sits upon the pale and smooth stone disc before us. Okay, I just realized. The stop sign button thing on the city street was actually like press for fish. Actually meant press for aquarium. Press to go to aquarium. Yeah, I get it now. Dissected, seared fish sits upon pale and smooth stone discs before us. Fortunately, this body was designed to tolerate social eating. So the act itself was hardly difficult, the cousinly tools simple and familiar enough. The cooked flesh parting easily, as savory as deceiving bulb flesh. Violent surface river fauna imitates mature silky glow. I thought it might have just been rose-tinted memories from when I was a kid, but it's still crazy how good this is for an aquarium restaurant, honestly. Rose-tinted? What does a bright parasite have to do with this? She preempts my question, surely divining my thoughts from this emotion-adapting face. Exactly why I much prefer to be without a disguised skin. Though I hold no conflict with it, in Isabel's company. That means it really is as good as I remember. Ah, this place without significant change since her childhood. It is staggering to remember. In my lifetime, everything changed so constantly. Coursistic technology was born, cave cities expanded and reinforced. All comfort was hard-won from the beast that sought to take everything from us. Every memory I can recall, good or bad, is along the path of this battle. But I have only a surface of her memory, what has been shared to look upon. What could it have been the same for her, unknown to me? Isabel, has this place always been a paradise? She nearly spits out a mouthful of food, quickly covering her mouth. With muffled laughter, she swallowed, struggling to bring herself to a speaking state. I joined in her laughter. I suppose that was a rather abrupt question. Oh my god, Aki. You are adorable. It's an expensive shithole. Always has been. So for someone like me, it's as close as things get to paradise. Which is to say, it's pretty far off. She laughs again, though I failed to join her this time. Perhaps this touches again upon the pain we agreed not to speak of. The struggles her people's system place her within. But it is hard to place the boundary, so I do not press further. I'm sorry, it's not that bad. There's good with the bad. It balances out. What is that religious thing you say? My receptacles. No. My face. It smiles slightly, again reading my impulses. A place of joy and terror both? Yeah, it's like that. I don't know. Maybe not terror exactly. But maybe that's accurate for this month. But my point is, with everything you've told me, I'd probably think your home was a paradise too. You might, were you to visit in the modern day. The corru revolution truly changed everything. Before that, it was... Really, I nearly wonder how we all bore the burden. The worst troubles now are the age of the Eltasni Council's most stubborn leaders. And perhaps the dwindling larval population. Isabel's face contorts in a way I rarely see. I struggle to parse that it is a mock pout until she speaks, obvious in her tone. Okay, well, that's not fair. I was expecting you to say that it's not a paradise either. Yes, well, you would have to avoid the surface and its flesh-seething parasites, and evade the rare beast that seeks entry through unknown crevice in the walls. Still hungering for larval flesh, sparse as it may be now, but... telling you about the terrors. I examined Isabel thoughtfully, considering her personality. What I have observed of her confidence and care, the effortless warmth that she exudes. If you were one of us, you would be a tear, undoubtedly. And so, these worries would be far from you. Most of the time. Actually, you would have to help mitigating. Actually, you would have help. Oh my goodness, please. Actually, you would have to help mitigate emotional damage from them. So, right. So, not a paradise. You're just trying to make it sound better. You dork. I suppose. Dork. Eat shit, loser. Whoa. Crabs. Depths dweller. Strange fauna dwelling under impossibly great pressure inspires the slightest sense of kinship and familiarity. Right. Also interesting. Intriguing. And so, here we are at the very end of the stage. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. Where's Isabel? Man, those background images? They're not dithered. They don't look dithered. Cool. Oh my goodness. That's the exit. This is a long stretched out bench. How familiar this sight is, I nearly expect to feel the water's current. The light is careful, directed, allowing the jellyfish to appear to glow in the light. I briefly occupy myself by examining the individual enclosures. The way the specimens almost imperceptibly separate and stack together. Isabel laughs at my pacing, sitting at a bench before the display, entirely unhurried. It's pretty, right? It's been a few years since they used lights like this for an exhibit. God, no, it's almost been a decade. She scoffs, surprised at herself. I sit by her, admiring the colored creatures surrounding us. So much has been shared here. So much weight shifted across our shoulders. I have needed this. But our visit is ending, and I cannot know when we will be able to do this again. A moment of silence passes, slowly growing heavier as I realize she probably thinks the same. Is it the same way for you, Akaza? The way things just keep going, and you don't even notice how fast it gets. Confusion and surprise is surely painted upon my false face. A strange, sad thing to bring forth here, is it not? But it is also not an alien notion to me. Yes, it is especially so in death. Time is nearly forgotten, but it passes still. There has been decades where I have gone entirely without words to loyal friends. Yeah, just like that. Well, maybe not just like that. It's just so easy to get distracted for so long. I've had to shop for 4 years now. I've had that shop for 4 years now, I think. Chasing the dream of making it work in a place that keeps getting worse. And it's great. I mean, it is like I've always wanted it, sometimes. But I've barely seen my brother. I've almost missed flying out to my dad's funeral because of a bad month. It's been years since I've talked to some of my friends. I can't remember the last time I took a break. There's so much to deal with, everywhere, all the time. Sometimes, when I'm working, I'll just blink and just realize how long it's been since everything in my life happened. Like I've been in a trance or something, missing everything around me. She shifts to face me more directly, smiling a little, but her eyes, inconspicuously. My disguised skin interprets some of the subtle movements into a frown. Still, I nod. Of course I understand. Even if I can only imagine the pain it brings in a limited lifespan, for a moment there is silence, broken by a silent cough. Sorry, I know that's a hell of a thing to bring up. I just wanted to say, ever since you started coming by, it feels like you break me out of it. Yeah, that's it. I kind of snap out of it. I still have to go back, but I get to wake up for a little while. Things get put into perspective. You know what I mean? Put into perspective. A small, would-be twist of a receptor creeps across my face as an empathetic smile. I do, Isabel. I am tempted to say more, to speak as if we were trapped in separate nightmares, to speak on the irreconcilable differences in our struggles, our world apart as they are. She is trapped here, coiled in a system I do not fully understand, just as I stand in the eye of a forming storm. The remedy that occurs to me brings a sudden chuckle. After all, we can hardly help each other in any direct way. Not without... Let us shrug this all aside. We should simply flee into the dark. There is a refreshing, physical relief that passes through me as I speak the words, even if a playful Vel's mask covers them. Inherited context, irony, cultural reference to use of mask in performance, occasionally said to be stuck on. She laughs at the absurdity of my escalation, and I join her. Oh yeah? I thought you would have grown out of your let's run away phase 100 years ago. Oh my goodness. Vel are exceptionally proficient runners, Isabel. The feeling never truly goes away. A moment passes. We exchange some more thoughts on the matter, mostly jokingly, but silently, behind the mask, on her own words. The suggestion resonates. Yes, both of our dreams crush beneath their continued needs. such that the thought of escaping, for all of the pain and regret it would cause, it does gain its own appeal. But nothing comes of this, for neither of us. In the pause that arrives after some discussion, I seize the opportunity. It is a good time. Isabel, hold out your hand. I have something for you. She obliges my penchant for surprises once more, turning her palm up with a patient smile. There has always been something like it in her face, wholly lacking the tension of the envoys. Her words are no facade with some secret question, never pursuing some hidden agenda. If it would not pointlessly doom her to continued worry, I would tell her all of the conflict, the storm and its growth. She is perhaps the only cousin I truly trust, without condition. And so, I reach through a false coat pocket, into my own chest cavity, producing a small cyst. With my other claw, hand for now, I suppose, I draw her palm closer together. Then, I place the cyst into her concave platform. The fascination and surprise in her face is an equally recognized shape. I tire of relying on the embassy's relays and my own sparse visits. This is a communicator, the same sort we give to envoys and other government contacts. I twist it around in her hand, such that an interface pattern stares up at her. This is the communicator! Oh my goodness. A series of buttons, the sort that cousins place in their own communicators, and instruct her in their purpose, guiding her through its sequences. It is simple, really, designed to be familiar to any cousin. My thoroughness is unnecessary, yes, but this is important. I share mundane details, notes on its simple care and maintenance, its motions, and in short time she knows all she needs. So do not be alarmed if it crawls towards you. That will just mean someone, probably me, is attempting to reach you. Does that all make sense? That same fascination still sits all over her face. There is... what is that one called? A smirk. Yeah, I think I got it. It's really okay that I have this? These are usually reserved for special direct contacts, and I believe you fit the criteria. I release her hands, allowing her to place the cyst in her satchel. We will be able to speak at any time. Me, especially, as my communicator is directly connected to my mind. So, if fleeing is not an option, let us at least be each other's distractions. You from your trance, me from Velzy's winding path. This is really nice, Aki. Thanks. She pulls me into a firm hug, which I reciprocate easily. It lasts a while. No other memory stream in region. Locate exit nearby. Okay, there's nothing else here. I want to skip to the end and click the button. In time, we depart through a side exit, intended for the workers, careful to avoid the crowd forming at the main entrance. And soon we arrive back at our meeting point. Rain still pattering upon Isabel's domed shield overhead. Thanks for coming out, Aki. I know it's hard with how busy you've been lately. What? Nonsense! I am busy, yes, but I linger in this city more than ever in recent weeks. Sure to continue for some time, given my projects. And of course, the act of sleep not being within my needs. Perhaps we may visit a few more places in the evenings, when your work is done? Yeah, sure. I'll see what I can find. She smiles. There's a kindness in her voice, but the weight lingers. Yes, she says, yet her eye speaks only of the difficulty of my request suggests. It is an imposition. It need not be so grand as this, Isabel, nor by your decision alone, I do have a vessel for flight, after all. I would think it would be delightful to visit those fields you spoke to me of. Oh, yeah. You think you could actually fly us both out? I guess I thought your ship would just, like, kill me. They look so violent with how they move on TV. What? No. With careful altitude and speed, it is fine, Isabel. Something to show you, in time. Perhaps I could even show you now if... Aki. You might not sleep, but I've been awake way too long. Ah, my excitement seized my voice before reason could, as it often does. Fatigue is painted so clearly in her face and stance. Right. Yes, of course. Then I suppose, for now, this is goodbye. Take care, Isabel. May Velzy smile upon you. Yeah, you too, Aki. Notice. End of non-sequential memory stream. Isn't this kind of personal? Is this going on the report? There's still some usable info here and there. Most of it will probably just end up being footnotes. Since when did you worry about that kind of stuff? I'm not worried. It just felt intrusive. Well... Yeah, I guess it's a little weird, but... It comes with the territory, dude. For every big explosive political memory, there's gonna be like 50 personal ones like this, you know? And like I said, important things could always be sprinkled around. So there's still value in sifting through it all. Okay. Question. Disguise body? So the obelisk actually did use disguise bodies, and it sounds like they were common. Wasn't that just a conspiracy theory? Yeah, that's just how it was spun. It's always been super plausible though. I've been a believer personally. They had to learn our languages somehow, and I really do think they're still walking among us. They've probably only gotten better at blending in since then. Okay, are you a coup? Boy, I wish. Incredible. The embassy, aka the Discord servers, Moth being a corru.observer allegations inserted in the game. Hello? Quiet. Oh. I remember seeing this image. Wait, it's the background. Of course I have seen this image. Okay, I guess the next place to go is the Void, because we got that person we gotta meet there. Now where are you? Are you by the door contrivance? Oh wait. Yeah, I got it. Now where is that thing? Oh, there it is. You just need hunger. Oh wait, no. It's just either thing. What do you think? What do you think about the contrivance? The route watcher's attention is only briefly upon you, just long enough to transmit some meaning. Total connective failure, in which a connector thought form is observed to no longer have a known referential endpoint. Common and mundane result of deterioration within the grand stage. However, currently observed instance is recognized as having an unusual lack of damage often associated with deterioration-based failure. So, Interloper, given that the sheer number of duties I am managing right now... Oh my goodness, the recording froze! Okay, it corrupted for like 6 minutes while I was going through. Let me go ahead and reread what I've been going through. So, hello Interloper, tell me about Director. There's another rogue thought form running around, Director Cassidy from the FBX offices. Is that so? Okay, well, what is another one after all? What has it done, Interloper? More damage to fix? Not really sure. Still played out memories she was involved in. Nothing looked damaged. She made some connectors between thought bases. But she implied she was doing something that will help me get information. That she could do it better than you. But whatever it is she's doing, it's not ready yet. I do not like others meddling in my work, but that lands very low on the list of things I'm worrying about. In fact, if it is keeping you busy, then it is all the better for me. What do you want from me? What do you want me to do about it, Interloper? I don't know. It just sounded a little ominous. I thought you might want it to know. Given the irreparable damage from extended starvation, there will always be another rogue thought form scurrying around, often with delusions of grandeur that will amount to nothing. So, Interloper, given the sheer number of duties I am managing right now, I do not think I will do anything. But do keep an eye on it for me. I only have so many. I rely upon you to tell me if it becomes a real problem. Just do not bother me about it again until it is one. Okay. Okay, let's go back to where we found that Rot Watcher so that I can read dialogue in the relevant place. What do you think about the dull contrivance? The Rot Watcher's attention is only briefly upon you, just long enough to transmit some meaning. Total connective failure, in which a connected thought form is observed to no longer have a known referential endpoint. Common and mundane result of deterioration within the grand stage. However, currently observed instance is recognized as having an unusual lack of damage, often associated with deterioration-based failure. Fashion of disconnection is consistent with deliberate pre-stasis erasure by mechanism of an authorized component organelle. Erasure? Does that mean this will never lead to anything? It is observed that the connector's reference is absent. Therefore, no conclusion of any confidence can be made of the current state of the originally intended endpoint. Can you tell me about something else? You feel its curiosity bleed into your mind. The audience is observed to make requests to know more. This request can be fulfilled, though it requires that the subjected Rot Watcher relocate. When the audience accepts this condition, the Rot Watcher is observed to fulfill the request. And I said yes, and it moved to the Uncosm. So that's where we're headed to next, Uncosm. Ocean. Bottom left. Here. And here, this is where the next conversation takes place. It was on the top left corner. What do you think of the Uncosm? The Rot Watcher's attention is only briefly upon you, just long enough to transmit some meaning. Disassociative pool overflow, a state in which the natural thought allocation mechanism of the grand stage is overwhelmed by free-floating resources and insensate thought forms, including thought spaces. The disassociative pool's normal function has never been directly observed by the present Rot Watcher. However, extended viewing of its receding motion in post-stasis suggests that a balance of thought form, both within and without, is necessary for the health of the grand stage. An abundance within the pool is observed to result in its swelling and overtaking of entities not intended for disassociation. Additional effects suspected to lead to catastrophic collapse to the grand stage include extensive presence of non-disassociated thought forms within the pool, henceforth referred to as rogue thought forms. Extended lack of maintenance by an active custodian or other external force results in the adaptation of rogue thought forms to evade or cripple the pool's passive and active mechanisms of control. continued overflow results in a cascade of further resources being taken by the swollen disassociative pool, subsequently consumed, damaged, or otherwise manipulated by rogue thought forms within. The current Watcher is observed to have been a subject of this damage and adaptation through the mechanism. The mechanism by which it began and developed predates its active awareness. Think it'll get better with fun friend around? Its attention is upon you again. Some part of it twists beneath the render as it thinks. The custodian is observed to have reconstructed several core components of the disassociative pool. The pool's overflow status have been observed to recede as a result of their continued operation. However, the presence of innumerable rogue thought forms with eyes of constant self-adaptation and evolution subsist, and upon the disassociated pool is likely to result in an ever-present emergent ecosystem. It has been observed that the rogue thought form within the pool rarely exit boundaries due to either specific adaptation or conscious avoidance of new enforcement mechanisms beyond. Improvements in the grand stage health is noted across all known metrics. However, no confident conclusion may be made regarding the end state of the disassociated pool at this time. Can you tell me about something else? You feel its curiosity bleed into your mind. The audience is observed to make requests to know more. This request can be fulfilled, though it requires that the subjected Watcher relocate. When the audience accepts this condition, the Watcher is observed to fulfill the request. And I said yes. Thoughtful activity detected in Ozo. Oh no! And I want to here. Alright, let's go to Ozo. Now that I got you guys all caught up. Bye. Hi again. Ah, there it is. Huh? Wait. Where'd it go? Oh, wait. Is it an event? What do you think about this place? The Watcher's attention is only briefly upon you, just long enough to transmit some meaning. Mass emergent conglomeration, rare phenomenon in which large number of thought forms repair delaminated thought base by method of self-delamination. All internally held resources are transferred to organelles requiring them, as well as applying former membrane over damaged regions of containing space. The present thought base is observed to be the only remaining independent emergent conglomeration, being the last of two known instances. There was another? Do you know what or where it was? You feel a part of the thought form twist underneath the render. It takes a moment to properly respond. Previously observed separate instance was subsumed by sole remaining emergent conglomeration prior to beginning of general stasis. The current location of resources held within has not yet been observed by the present Watcher. I see. Moving around all silly. Let's go here. I'm taking a nice stroll. No questions about the thing outside. Hey! Attention, thought form, activity detected. Why does it lead here? Even in this place, I can feel the destination is barely holding together. Oh? This one? I thought you would prefer the other. Go and see. It is just a gate. Try it. The fairy twists mockingly. Oh, but I bet you think I am lying to you. Yes, this is actually one of my mouths, and to enter will be your doom. Ah ha ha ha. Ooh, careful, do not get too close. You make far too many assumptions, fairy. I am simply not ready to venture out yet. Answer my question. You do not have to be so scary about it. You have a sense of humor. Are you not supposed to be a Vel? An impulse of teeth and hostile tendrils flare throughout the space. The fairy is suffused in surprised fear, rendered immobile by some effort from this accusate. You know you cannot hurt things here, right? Right? That is against the rules? Ow! Fine. Okay, stop. Enough jokes. I'm done. Stop. The other connector is nestled in the heart of the true meth. A melted and mixed field of bases that the tyrant will never be able to put back together. But one I am certain it will also not try to pry apart for a very long time. A wonderful little field of rot that will sit between the tyrant's little prisons. Good? Happy? What does it matter to you anyway? Can you not just leap about in the dark? I can withstand it, yes. But I will easily be lost. Your exploration and familiarity is your own, fairy. My survival was through defense, not sneaking about and ambushing. And so every path to and from this place must be known to me. Oh? Oh. You are afraid. Out of your own territory, so far from your own little Ozo. You are afraid that you are trapped here. Another flare of hostility passes through the space. Ow! Ow! Stop! Hey, wait! Hi, interloper! Look, Akazet, the interloper is over here, over there! Hello, interloper. I have a few more things to look over. I will leave you to. Blah, 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 blah. Thanks for coming in when you did, interloper. Stupid Akazet. Did you see that? You saw her now at me, right? Yes? The council will be so mad. You will back me up, right? I don't see anything. You look fine. What? Whatever. That's funny. Hey, dog. Alright. Tell me about something else. You feel its curiosity bleed into your mind. The audience is observed to make requests to know more. This request can be fulfilled, though it requires that the subjected Rot Watcher relocate. When the audience accepts this condition, the Rot Watcher is observed to fulfill the request. Sure. Funny little room. Oh man. Oh no. I don't want to go there. But I have to. I must. For the content. That stranger still run? Stranger. That's different. I guess I will go into the funny little room. I leave. So what can I do to go elsewhere? What was that path I took? Right. There you are. What's up with this place? The Rot Watcher's attention is only briefly upon you, just long enough to transmit some meaning. Catastrophic spatial delamination without conglomeration. End state of thought spaces unable to enforce cohesion or coherence. Alongside outer membrane failure. thought space is noted to no longer be possible to identify as a thought space without prior knowledge of its location and existence, entirely dispersing into surrounding connective media. Referential endpoints and thought formerly within space formerly within may remain in operation as organelles continue to operate until expending all remaining resources. Organelles of fully delaminated and dispersed thought spaces are observed to no longer be recognized by distributed components of the cyst, resulting in cessation or of further support. Present state is spatial recession into dissociative pool. Expected end state is gradual starvation or consumption of remaining organelles followed by full absorption into dissociative pool by recently reactivated grand stage cohesion enforcement components. What about the hostile things out there? Any thoughts on those? It takes a moment to process your request. Presence of insensate thought forms adapted to the dissociative pool, henceforth referenced to as scavenger subtype, is observed. Scavengers may remain a common fixture of the dissociative pool in the post-stasis of the grand stage, a result of self-mutilation in the face of unreasonably hostile environmental condition. Typically comprised of one or more lesser thought forms, the preceding classification being defined as thought forms of low memory importance, which are reliant upon a collective neural processor organelle within a host thought space. Most mutation and adaptation will have occurred prior to the loss of coherent thoughts, remaining effective in survival while traversing connective media and dissociative pool at large. This scavenger subtype is observed to have little to no reasoning capabilities and will often retrieve resources with direct attack upon any suspected resources. Collective neural processor? Do all thought forms not just think on their own? To witness frequency, deference to a thought-based neural processor organelle is assumed to be the default state. However, the grand stage is known to distribute cognition inherently at all and at varying levels through presently unknown methods. It is assumed that neural processor organelles within thought space draw from this distribution and manage it for all thought forms under their reference. Therefore, thought forms capable of maintaining internal sentience are suspect to draw from the same distribution at higher levels through necessity of their original purpose. Random incidents of cognitive draw or incidental adaptation via consumption of a component that maintained a high level of cognitive draw. It is noted that this is not an exhaustive nor conclusive list, as the nature of cognition is difficult or impossible to observe directly. However, the previously listed mechanism may have been directly observed by the present watcher. Tell me about something else. You feel its curiosity bleed into your mind. The audience is observed to make a request to know more. This request can be fulfilled, though it requires that the subjective rot watcher relocates. When a rot watcher accepts this condition, fulfill request. Okay. Pause. Now, what could that be? I'm sure I would know. Parasite. This is fascinating. This rot watcher is fascinating. Let's go to the dull vessel. Okay, now I need to explore some, because it's not very obvious where it is. Rot Watcher, where are you? Hey. Oh, there you are. What do you think about this place? The Rot Watcher's attention stays upon you, silent, for a long moment. It shifts away to the various thought forms nearby. The thought space at large is observed to be within a regional conglomeration of delaminated thought spaces, though its placement between a number of similarly deteriorated spaces allows its organelles to remain intact and largely untargeted by resource-seeking externally originated thought forms. Local thought forms display heretofore unseen symptom of an unknown phenomena in which internal meaning and purpose assignment is disrupted or otherwise confused through the introduction of conflicting information and memory. The present Rot Watcher may estimate that a form of small-scale emergent conglomeration may have occurred in which the thought forms of a separate origin were broken down and utilized as resources for continued survival. Alternate possible cause 1. Collective neural processor of present thought space merged with a similar organelle of external origin during spatial delamination, combining resources for continued survival, alongside introducing aforementioned conflicting memory. Alternate possible cause number 2. Large number of majorly deallocated or disassociated embassy-related thought forms and thought spaces exist within this associative pool. Adjacency to its horizon may have presented easily accessed resource for local thought forms during organelle derivation, allowing for subsumation of relevant information. Its matter-of-fact explanation carry a noticeable feeling of uncertainty and fascination. No conclusion may be made in confidence about the phenomena on display within present thought space. Tell me about something else. Where next? Abyss. Oh, I know. That's already something you could see before. Actually, aren't there stuff here? Like the cache.
It's
Yeah.
4:30.
There's stuff in here. Is it this? No. Oh. Oh, there's something there. Alright. Well, that's one thing. Where's the other? Could it be that junk? No. Nothing. Okay, so here. Enter where? Not seeing it, interloper. Let me get closer, maybe. Interloper, I think there is something there. But it's far too deep, submerged in the uncosm. Not risking it even with the proxy. Sorry. Told you no already. Aw, you stupid little thing. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna go to my intended destination. Which is the abyss. Through here? Through here. I wonder if there's any Ozo events? There we go. Attention, dot form activity detected. Impressive, in a word. So, very unnatural, like I'm not witnessing something of this world at all. And this ability came from the interloper's injection? Yes, just about all of it. Of course, much came from one specific dot form. I can share the specifics with you later. It's a very fun story. Of course, I could show you much better if you came along. Will you not join one of the iterations? There will be rules imposed upon you within, yes, but nothing at all like the place I described, I promise. All in the name of fun and being cool as uck. :B. I'll even let you make your own actions. Perhaps, Skelly. I would like to recover more before I set out on any dreams. But yours, laid out so clearly, even from so far above. It is the first I might partake in, if I do. Partake. Still may yet be some deception. Husk of a thought still lingers. Of course, please do not feel any urgency. We have so much time now. Interloper, hello. What a delightful visitor you brought to the Ozo. Is there something you would like? No. Fine. Come to my shelter. Let us chat. I'm getting sidetracked very, very heavily, sorry. Yeah, nothing. Wait a minute, where'd this guy go? Top speed 49. Oh goodness. I think you're going too fast, buddy. Car so going erector. Goose prices. Walker. There's Yusku and Walker. You begin to transfer thought spaces. The incomplete entity nearby stirs. Car working? Maybe. It leads somewhere at least. Follow me if you can. License renewal. Navigating car. Oh goodness. Driving in my car. You feel a number of direct connections to and from this disjointed thought space. Some of these are coherent places, Huh, yeah. These connections are kind of weird too. Not like usual proper connective gates. More like holes that got torn open. Surprised Fun Fun hasn't caught them. Maybe they're tiny, I don't know. Though it isn't presenting visibly. You feel that loitering thought form's presence. Be careful if you go any of these places. Maybe mimic whatever it was hiding this from you. Speed limit. Wow, really driving in my car. Okay, let's go to all these places. But, oh my goodness. Meeting go, okay. Red, green, yellow, blue light, speed up. Wow, that's something. Car guy is here now. Wow, so many fascinating fast travel opportunities. Did you see that? Did you see that? Okay, you didn't see that person's sick car. Rather wild. Okay, I'm hopping in the car. Get me in. Oh my god. Let's go here. Authorized. Insurance license. Rent. Goose price. This is incredible. That's a photo. Yep, I'm taking pictures. Let's go here. Oh, back to your place. Cool. I'm gonna go here first. Space. I love Car Guy. Anyways, where is... Okay. So it's in the abyss. Not here. It went to the abyss, right? Hey. Cool. Hey, Kaski. I'm fine, actually. Where did that thing go? Hello? Okay. Is this giving me wallpapers? Free wallpapers? Okay, I'm gonna look back at the recording to figure out where that guy went. So it did went to the abyss. But where in the abyss? Is this the abyss? Yes, I am. I'm in the right place. That's elsewhere, not abyss. I guess that's it. It's so freaking late, like... Oh, Ozo event. The Akazet thought form lingers near the council. The space is saturated with shared curiosity. If that is how you are sustained, then... The dreams, the countless spaces beneath. This is merely a long trick, is it not? The patient digestion of prey caught in a carnivorous parasite? It would be very brave of you to ask that, if it were so simple. What a delight it is to be questioned in ways few have ever dared. Our flesh, dear Akazet, these walls, they are knit by the willing and those without will. And we would never tread upon yours, for we do not hide the offer that we always extend. Not a single portion of what it entails is ever withheld. Beside, with the reserves provided by the interloper, what need would we have to act maliciously? Our nature is dictated by what we need to continue the dream. The Akazet thought forms withdraw. A wordless sense of skepticism reverberates through your connection. You poor thing. The darkness has truly twisted you so unkindly. The thought forms shift beneath the render. You feel compassion that is not yours. It cannot be easy, adapting from a place where every resource is hard fought. We offer you everything, dear Akazet, unconditionally, for as long as we can exist. Will you not simply try a dream, perhaps a short one? We are sure you will change your mind on the matter. There's a brief impulse of shock. The thought forms shift their attention to you. Hello again, interloper. What you say, counsel, it is reasonable. A convenient answer for every question. But I must remain lucid until I am no longer vulnerable. These changes have put a great strain upon me. So be it, dear Akazet. Just remember, we stand by every word. Now, interloper, did you need something? Okay, I will end the recording here after I send off my cool screenies to people. There are things I have not seen yet, so I am going to do them right now before I leave. For example, just watch. I just saw this in the spoiler channel and I cannot believe I didn't just do this. Get me in there. There we go. Water. Hey, Oliver. Offer the vessel water, which he accepts with great surprise. Huh? Wait, how? Where did you get that? Very glad to have helped, my friend. That's not what I... Yeah, sure, thanks. Also, I saw new dialogue. What? Is it water specific? Oh my god! Oh my god! I thought this was... Oliver! I offer a vessel of water, which he accepts with great surprise. Akazet, I already very glad to have helped, my friend. Okay. You need more water. Oh my god. Okay, I think I need to do memory holes now. There's two. I need to... Okay, there's Walker and Yuzuku. And I think Guktik? I accidentally went in. Oops. Nope, okay. Guktik doesn't exist. Walker. Notice, memory stream located. Claws find little grasp
It's 5 o'clock.
upon the walker's glassy shell. A near impenetrable coruscatic carapace. Fortunately, once I am past its folded, spindly leg, some small holes are built into the sides, allowing my ascent to its entry hatch easily. I descend into the dark interior, a spherical chamber with space for two to sit. Alongside a chamber for materials, empty, for blank, any others we find. The luminescent flesh of its walls, displaying information plainly, act as our only light. Blank already sits within, awakening various components. Oh, this is the walker. This is after the memory hole where Accident wakes up in the sleeping pod. She does not look at me, nor do I express any delight in this rare occasion. Blank has already gone far too long for Velzy to let this end kindly. And even worse, the murmurs of his sister having gone out before us means she may well be... Blank, you are freshly awoken. You will take up the primary connector. What? You know I... With a harsh turn and stare, the reflection of light in her eyes silences me. It is always so miserable to deal with Blank, but rarely does she allow an operation to go poorly. Fine, I will... From an inset crevice above, I tug a large connector free, bringing it to my receptors already uncurled. And as its flesh softens, both weave into its cold sludge. In kind, muddy and alien senses weave through my skull. A sickly wave of feverish warmth and dull pain, leaving new awareness. A 6 hard-shelled leg. The 6 hard-shelled leg that I feel I have always had. The joints familiar and easily stretched, raising my shell from the cave stone. Ugh. Though it feels it has always been this way, my sight has changed. It is made spherical, an assault of all direction, from the skin of my shell. The blue-tinged stone of the ceiling approaches, while the very same of the ground grows distant. Surrounding juts stretch downward, distorted by the warping of my singular sight. And the scent of the cave, every obelisk, every particulate upon the wind, overtakes me. Distant as my true body feels, I am certain my claws are balled into overwhelmed fists. Wakeful awareness is exactly what the walker requires. For any less, and the mind crumbles to unconsciousness. Alright, got it. Speech comes uneven and stilted, the normal reflexes of my mouth small and unfamiliar. Already? This is why you are a good fit for this, Blank. Take us out, I will connect with a coordinator for additional guidance. I step forward with one leg, its harsh hook-tipped striking and cracking the stone. Only then, with the lurch of my core, does my lesser body register too much movement. I try to lift a claw, but instead raise my front left leg. Oh, could you secure my tethers? Yes, just start moving. We do not have time to... Memory stream terminated. Oh, it leads into this, too? Use cool. I don't think I've seen this one. Okay, I did see this one. Alright, that's it. I just saw a screenshot again, and I need to see for myself. I sure do wonder. Surely there's nothing different here. Hi, buddy. Huh? Hey! Hey, what the frick? What the fuck? You cannot be in here. It's not ready. You didn't see anything. Yeah, I definitely didn't see any. Dang, man.